Good evening and welcome to the February 5th meeting of the City of Summit Zoning Board of Adjustment. My name is Joe Steiner and I am the Chair of the Zoning Board of Adjustment. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. In accordance with New Jersey Statute 10:4-10, adequate notice of this meeting has been provided to a newspaper of record and has been posted here at City Hall. This meeting is a judicial proceeding. Any questions or comments must be limited to the issues that are relevant to what the board may legally consider in reaching a decision, and decorum appropriate to a judicial hearing must be maintained at all times. For the benefit of the interested public, this meeting is being live streamed to the city's YouTube page and also being broadcast on Summit's governmental channel, which is Comcast Channel 34 and Verizon Channel 30. A transcript of the meeting is also being taken using video and audio, so we do ask that everyone, when they speak, come to a microphone. And those are the ones up here in the middle of the room. So even though you think we can hear you if you talk right from your seat, the folks at home cannot. Please note that the fire exits are to my right and your left, and to the back of the room where you entered. The city has a listening system to assist the hearing impaired. If anyone needs hearing assistance, please obtain the system at the dais and return it thereafter. Ms. Sulios, would you please call the roll of the members?
Sure. Chairman Steiner?
Here.
Vice Chairman Liketz is excused. Mr. Yuko?
Here.
Mr. Nelson?
Here.
Ms. Zahn? Here. Mr. Curran?
Here.
Mr. Malay?
Here.
Ms. Toth?
Here.
Ms. Chifo? Here. Mr. Feskins is excused. Mr. Chanchuli?
Here.
You have a quorum. You may proceed.
Thank you. Andy Ball is the city's zoning board attorney, sits next to me here on my right, your left. He will advise the board members on matters of law and is the key interface with the applicant's attorney. He does not vote on the applications. The delightful young lady you just met, Stephanie Sulios, is a city employee and is the zoning board secretary. She works with applicants on preparing their applications, planning our agendas, and keeping meeting minutes. Ms. Sulios also does not vote on the applications. Also present is Marie Raffi, our board engineer, who is seated at the table to our right over here. The audience left, also seated, well, not seated at that table, are our board planners, because none of the applications tonight require that expertise. They provide input to the board. They also do not vote on the applications. Our board consists of 7 regular members and up to 4 alternates. All members can participate in the hearings tonight, but a maximum of 7 can vote. Most applications require a simple majority to be approved, but others require a supermajority. Before we enter executive session to vote on the application, you will be advised how many votes are required for your application. Each case begins with the applicant or their attorney giving an overview of the application and what has happened so far and what the variances are that are required. We then hear from any additional expert witnesses the applicant may have to help explain the application and why the variances are needed. The board members may ask questions of the applicant, their attorney, and the expert witnesses. Once the board members and the board professionals have completed their questioning, the public has an opportunity to ask questions. This is not the time to tell us what you think about this case. That opportunity comes a little bit later. Before you ask your questions, please clearly state your name, spell your last name, and provide your address. It is important that our court reporter, who takes the information off the audio, can keep a clear and accurate public record. After all the witnesses have been heard, members of the audience now have your second chance to provide input and to speak. At that time, you may express your opinion, positive or negative, about the application. And at that time, you will be sworn in. Then the public hearing is closed, and we enter into executive session where board members discuss the case and vote. You'll be able to listen to our executive session, but you will not normally be able to participate in our discussion. Krista Anderson, who is the city's zoning officer, has asked that we remind all applicants that they must read carefully the resolution that documents the zoning board's decision and to pay particular attention to conditions contained in the resolution. For example, if you need a landscaping plan and it's required, you must obtain one and submit it to John Linson, the city's forester. If a grading plan is required, you must have one prepared by a civil engineer and submit 3 copies along with the application fee to the city's engineering division. Failure to satisfy all the conditions in a resolution, in our resolution, will result in a delay in approving your application, as it will cause extra work for the city's zoning staff. And the resolutions that document the board's decision are normally available 1 month after we decide the case. So now we're going to go to, well, we're going to handle one first before I go to everybody coming up. Is anyone here for 479 Morris Avenue, 477, 479 Morris Avenue? No one is here. We have a letter from their attorney asking that we allow this letter to serve as their request to carry the matter to the April 15th meeting of the board, and they will be renoticing this public hearing as they approach the new hearing date. So if, as there's no one here to present anything anyway, could we have a motion to move this to April 15th?
So moved.
Second.
And they have, in here, they have they, this, they have, now, they waived the, it's not, I don't think I see it in the letter.
Does it matter because they're renoticing?
I don't know.
Technically,
Say it in here, it's not stated, but they should.
we can follow up with the attorney to get that confirmation after.
Okay, okay, and, all right. We have a second, roll call.
Chairman Steiner?
Yes.
Mr. Yuko?
Yes.
Mr. Nelson?
Yes.
Ms. Zahn?
Yes.
Mr. Curran?
Yes.
Mr. Malay?
Yes.
Ms. Toth?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, okay. Now what I'm going to ask is on the remaining cases, would you come forward to the microphone and very quickly let us know how many witnesses you have and if you think you can complete your case in 30 minutes. So Michael Moran at 24 Russell Place.
Evening. I have 2 witnesses, Rich Keller from Casey and Keller and Bill Figder from Bill Figder AAA Architects.
Do you think
Yes,
you can do it in
yes,
30
certainly,
minutes?
30 minutes, I believe so.
Okay, well, with your first up as soon as we go through everybody else. Kevin and Ryan Holmes.
Good evening, Kevin Holmes. I'm here with 3 witnesses, Tom Bayo, my architect, Ed Clark, our landscape architect, and Richard Keller, our engineer. We can complete this in 30 minutes.
Okay, good. And then Rahman and Salma Egbal? And you're the attorney, if I remember correctly.
Correct. Good evening, Mr. Chairman. We have 2 witnesses this evening, Bruno Design and our project engineer, and I do think 30 minutes is sufficient.
Okay, good. So that's the
Thank
order that we will hear the cases in. Thank you very much. And let us begin with the first one, Mr. Moran, 24 Russell Place, if you would come forward with your witnesses. At this point, we will swear you in.
If you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony, just one at a time?
Just the,
applicant. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, spell your last name.
Michael Moran, Moran.
Thank you.
Okay, can you give us a little bit of an idea of what you're looking for tonight and how we came to get here?
So I purchased this home down the street from my current home. I live in a two-family house on Russell Place. I went under contract in April, May of last year. It took a period of time to close on the sale because it was handled by the state. So it's been a long time coming, even longer time coming, to get in front of all of you. So I do appreciate your time. I have been living in a two-family house for the last few years. As you might know, it's tough finding single-family homes in an affordable range. My ex-wife lives on the property behind my current property at Russell Place. So I moved into the two-family home just as a kind of a means, as a segue out of my previous home. And I've just been searching for the last few years to find a place that I could stay in the neighborhood. I've had 3 kids go through Jefferson Elementary School down the road. I have one in the middle school now. So when I purchased the home, I knew it was going to need substantial work. The previous owner hadn't maintained it in a number of years. When I took over it, there was people living there illegally that were renting out the rooms. So I actually purchased it sight unseen. And as I got into the property and worked with Bill and with Rich, I realized I don't know, it started as a smaller remodeling project, I think, in my head, and I realized just some of the constraints that the house had physically. I preferred to put a full second story on it. The second story right now is an attic with 7-foot ceilings, and just to kind of modernize the downstairs and make the kitchen living area more appropriately sized, I was proposing to bump out the back of the house about 10 feet, which it stays within a footprint of a concrete patio that's there now. That's it. There's the grade drops off in the back of the home, so a deck off the kitchen and the living room I thought was appropriate as well. So I have plans I could show you. I think that Rich actually plans some. It might be more helpful for him to speak first on my behalf because he's got some visual aids to assist if anyone has any questions, if you don't have any other
Okay.
questions for me.
All right. Are there any questions from the board for the applicant? Questions for the applicant? From the public, any questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, which one of your experts would you like to go? Okay, you're going to go first?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Okay, so would you please come forward and we'll swear you in.
Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name, spell your last name.
Richard Keller, Keller.
Thank you. And have you appeared before the board
I have
recently?
before, maybe within the last year, I've appeared before this board on the Verizon application across the street. I've appeared before this board, the planning board, and about 110 boards throughout the state of New Jersey.
Any changes to your credentials since the last time you were here?
I am still licensed as of 6:45 when I left the office, so yes. no
Any
changes.
questions from the board, or would you like to accept them once again?
Any questions? Seeing none, please proceed.
So I'm going to do 2 things. First of all, I'm going to hand out, I came late to this application. My partner did it. He was not available tonight, so I came, but I did some checking on the numbers. And our new associate engineer, I think, was a little confused by Summit's method of when a deck or patio goes more than 1 foot above ground, you count it as building coverage. So I do have some corrective, I'm going to hand out a correction to the calculations. We actually have a greater decrease in impervious coverage as a function of the application, and our total lot coverage variance actually also did decrease. The building coverage stayed about the same with Krista's memo. So I'm going to hand this out. I will show it on the board, but I will hand it out for people to pass around.
Thank you.
And the other one we're going to see, because my laptop died yesterday, and I have a brand new laptop. There should be a bunch up there.
Are there extras down there?
No, there are no extras then.
You can take one if you have.
There are more of us than you
I think
think.
I had 12.
And when there are more than the 12
I have my own copy, so I'm safe.
with staff,
And we're just gonna have you mark one of these copies of the calculations as Exhibit A1.
Correct. Let's, moment of truth, I do have hard copies just in case, but I in the computer as of a few hours ago. We're gonna see if this works. And success. Okay, that's good. All right, that's the, what you have on the screen is actually the drawing that was, as part of the application. It is our grading plan, title and topographic survey, and it was also used as a grading plan. The date on that is 11/17/2023, and I will have, I'll refer to the survey also, which we'll mark as A2. That was not submitted, but it's the base layer for the plans that are before you. And then finally, I'll have an A3, which is the Moran variance application photo board. Some annotated photos as well as site photos taken by myself 2 days ago with the date, with the current date of February 5th, 2024. So if I start out just with a little quick description, because we're going to try to keep it under 30 minutes. Property is located on the easterly side of Russell Place, about 575 feet to the south of Morris Avenue, about 285 feet to the north from Eggers. So in the drawing, Eggers is to the right, Morris Avenue is to the left. We're about 160 feet north of the railroad tracks that are just 2 lots away and kind of divide the neighborhood. The property is located completely in the R5 residential zone, as are all the surrounding properties. It's about 50 feet deep, as are most of the, with the exception of a few tenths of a foot here or there. Most all the lots on this block are 50 feet deep. Our property is an average 143 feet deep. It's 7,748 square feet in total. The property is currently improved. I'm going to go to that survey, which we're calling exhibit number 2. And that's really the base map of what you have before you. And I keep trying to remember, I can use my hands. Okay. So the property itself is currently improved with a 1.5-story dwelling, macadam driveway, concrete walks, a slate walkway, concrete patio. There is a 1-foot detached garage at the rear of the property, as well as a driveway that goes from the property all the way to the back and has an area for parking to the right side and an area to back out of the driveway and turn back around and pull out forward to the street. The existing house has a front yard setback of 21.74 feet. I would point out, 21.42 is the minimal dimension. I would point out that the average on this block, 3 to the left, 3 to the right, and 3 across the street, is actually 17.23, which is less than the ordinance minimum of 25 feet for the zone. So therefore, all new structures need to be 25 feet back. However, the existing house is set at 21.42, and since I'll foreshadow, since we're adding vertically, we're going to have a variance to match that same setback. But I will say that the actual average is 17.23, and I'll have a photo exhibit that'll kind of show the setbacks on the block. Again, since it's less than the ordinance minimum, it's an existing non-conforming condition, but it is 4.2 feet in excess of the average for the block. So it's consistent with the neighborhood. On the existing side yards, there is a side yard offset on the right side of 5.42 feet, and on the right, on the left, it's 13.38. So while it does meet the combined side yard setback, that right setback is an existing non-conforming condition where 7 feet is required. So again, foreshadowing, since we're looking at vertically going up, we're going to need a variance to match that existing non-conforming condition. With the detached garage in the back, what is not completely unique to the property, but since the garage is all the way in the back, it does mean we have a very large driveway with 1,495, with a fair amount of pavement to get to the back and that turnaround area. So with the detached garage and the shed in the back on the right-hand corner, the existing building coverage is conforming at 1,495, which is just under the 20% allowed at 19.3, but obviously any changes are going to kick that over. However, with the detached garage, that long driveway does push the impervious coverage up to 4350 in its existing condition. That's 56.14, where 45% is permitted. So we're over by 863 feet before we start. But we're going to do some measures to reduce that overall, even though we still need a variance. So as part of the proposal, Mr. Moran intends on essentially building up over the existing 1.5 story to make it a full 2-story, and then adding a 300 square foot, a 2.5-story addition to the back of that, again matching the offsets, significantly upgrading the materials on the building and sprucing up the overall aesthetics. In addition to the 300 square foot addition, there is a 12 by 16 proposed deck coming off the first floor. You come up a few stairs to the first floor, and then the property drops so that the first floor is about a full story above grade when you get to the back of the property. So they're proposing a deck which will connect the back of the first floor down to the backyard, and it'll sit over a proposed patio right underneath it. So because that is it's more than 1 foot above grade, it does count as building coverage. So it does drive up the building coverage variance application. But it is it does provide both a usable outdoor connection, visible outdoor connection to the first floor, and then a means to get down to the backyard, which is currently not as viable. It's done through a side yard exit right about on the left side of the house by the chimney. I would point out that that entire assembly of the stairs up to the walkway is going away. That'll be reestablished to be lawn area. And then in the back of the property, to again help improve the coverage, we are removing 331 square feet of pavement in the back. We're also removing the shed, which comes in at 51 square feet, and we're removing the concrete area in front of it, which comes in at 58 square feet. So the total, we're also, as indicated, removing the 46 square feet of pavement on the left side, or coverage on the left side, part of which was actually building coverage because it was an elevated pad. So in the final analysis, the numbers that I passed out to you, go over them briefly. The actual impervious coverage as it exists today is 4,350 square feet. That's 56.14%, where 45% is permitted. The proposed is 4,072. That is a net reduction of 278. It does come in at 52.56. Again, where 45% of coverage is permitted. And I'll go through the reasons for the variance in a few minutes. So there is a net reduction of 278 square feet. So there's less runoff, less drainage. In terms of the building coverage, we separated that out. It was not done so on original drawing, but we separated that out to show that the building will come in from 1467. We're going to add that 300 square feet. We're adding the square footage of the deck. Comes up to 1,716. But again, and that's partly because we're also reducing some of what's technically house on the left side of the house with the elevated entrance, as well as the sheds going away. So the net result is the gross building currently is 1,495. We're going up to 1,944, so we're over by 394 square feet, coming in at 25.09, where 20% is permitted. I would point out we're over 394 square feet. That represents basically the garage is 441. So if we had a house with an integrated garage, we would not be seeking the variance relief. It's always more difficult when you're adding to an existing house, when you're starting with a blank slate, and you can integrate a garage at the back of the house underneath, et cetera. But we're trying to work with the existing site and the existing character of the neighborhood. I will point out, if we go to our If I go to my neighborhood exhibit, I would point out photograph number 1 is a photograph of the property at 24 Russell Place looking east from the street. And you can see that compared to the houses on either side, it is much smaller with only a half story above, where both houses on either side are more complete 2 stories and actually 2.5 stories. If we look at the photo underneath that, you'll see that this is the driveway that exists between 24 and 26 Russell Place, and you can see that there is a fair amount of space since the driveway's on that side. The actual distance between the 2 homes is 25.3 feet. So your ordinance does allow 7-foot and 7-foot offsets, so it's 14 feet. So your ordinance deems that you should have at least 14 feet between dwellings side by side. We actually, even though we have a side yard deviation proposed, existing and proposed, the separation between those houses ranges between 25.3 and 28 feet. So there's really no adverse impact on that neighbor in terms of air, light, and open space. I would also point out that that house to our right is actually to the south of us, so they're casting shade and shadow toward us. We're not doing it onto them. So again, there's really no negative impact on the surrounding neighbor created by the addition on the back. You can see again, at the top, we're removing some of the driveway. Along the left side of the house, we're removing driveway, actually pavement, concrete, as well as the stairs. You can also see that, just by looking, you can see that the houses on either side of us are actually much closer. The right side being 17.4, the left side being 19.0, 21 feet, 22 feet. Our house is coming in at 21.7, which we're going to match. We're still actually the largest setback of the 3 homes on either side of us around us. So we're certainly not out of character with the neighborhood. The variance sought is for lot coverage, building coverage, and because the applicant, again, is using existing footprint, we need variances for front setback and side yard setback on the right side. Because we're trying to be quick, I would normally come back for my planning proofs after the architect goes, but I'm just going to kind of blast through them, and then I'll let the architect can kind of explain a little bit more of the house if the board needs to understand it, and show you some images. But with regard to the planning proofs, we see a C1 under 4055, D70 C1 is applicable. That is where there's a physical constraint created by the property that creates an exceptional difficulty or a practical difficulty in improving the structure, and that is that the lawfully existing structures on the site deviate from the required setback of 25 feet and the 7-foot side yard. And to try to match those 25, to go from a 21.4 up to a 25-foot and go from 5 foot to 7 foot really has no architectural payoff. It's structurally gymnastic. And I don't think there's really any benefit to that. It's difficult to do because you're taking an old house that has bearing walls, and now you're creating structure where there is no bearing below it. So if you can do the structure in that depth, it's unlikely. But if you can do it, you're basically re-tearing off the whole second floor of the house and reframing the whole roof plane to do that. So it's really a practical difficulty given the location of the existing structure to do that. So the location of the existing dwelling violates the setback, and as I said, it would be structurally and aesthetically impractical to jog in. The existing freestanding garage at the rear of the property also adds 441 square feet of building coverage and requires that long 2,275-foot driveway to connect to it. It's a practical difficulty in bringing the house within current standards without the need for variance relief. We also think there's some C2 components where the purpose of the land use act is advanced through and the benefits resulting from the deviation will outweigh any proposed detriment. This is known as the flexible C variance. And essentially, it's where the plan with the variance relief requested represents a better planning alternative than a conforming one. And certainly, the purposes of the Land Use Act that are advanced are A, which is public safety. We could remove more driveway and get closer to conforming. I don't think we fully conform to coverage, but we would have to back up a long distance from that garage. We would have to back up the entire length through the narrow part of the house, next to the house, and out onto the street, on a street where you've got kids playing, et cetera. It's much safer to allow for that turnaround in the back, rather than thinning that out to lose another couple hundred square feet. We think it's a safer planning alternative to allow it. Again, there's a net reduction in total impervious, so I think that we can certainly, there's no negative impact to drainage. There's no negative impact. We're not creating additional living space. I think it just presents a better, safer opportunity to pull out forward. And I think certainly on a net basis, this house is, they say you should always buy the worst house in the neighborhood. This is actually one of the worst houses in the neighborhood. It's had a lot of deferred maintenance. A lot of the other homes have been added to in the past. They're in much better shape. There's a lot of stuff going on some of the properties. You should see to the property to our right. But this is the house that is in most need of renovation. I think that this will bring it up to us, provide the amenities that people expect to find in Summit and expect to find on this block. And certainly, when you just squint and you look at some of the other houses on the block, they're all 50-foot lots. This is certainly not going to be in any way dwarf any of your surrounding ones. So I think it actually promotes a better visual environment. So that's two purposes of the Land Use Act that we advance. And with regard to the negative criteria for C1 and C2, obviously we need to two-prong. We need to demonstrate that there's no substantial detriment to the public good. And secondly, there's no substantial impairment to the intent and purpose of the master plan and zoning ordinance. We think that there is no detriment to the public good. There really is no adverse impact on the neighborhood. As indicated, we've got close to 28 feet to our neighbor to the right. They cast shadow towards us, not them. We're adjacent to the driveway. The rest of the addition is centered on the property, meets both the side, left side, and combined side yard setbacks. I would point out the metric we look at for over-intensity is FAR. We're fully compliant with the FAR, so we're not an over-intense use. None of these variances are sought with the intent of getting, a fifth bedroom and a bedroom in the basement. They're trying to create the program we expect to see in homes in Summit. There's no detriment to the public good. The porch, and again, there's no real substantial effect on the character of the neighborhood as we look to the front yard. And there's certainly no detriment to the master plan. The application will not cause, it's still, your overriding goal is to maintain the character of these residential neighborhoods. I think this improves the character. It still remains a single-family residential neighborhood of the highest order. It's an opportunity to fix up a property and bring it and more compliant with what people are looking for in the town. The variances, I think, are minimal in terms of their number. I think they're justified through the existing conditions as well as the C2 criteria, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
We'll begin with our board professional.
So I'm just confirming that you have less than 300 square feet of additional coverage, right? We're negative?
We're negative.
Okay, all right, so as a result, he's not required to put in any seepage pits or any stormwater remediation?
Yep.
That's really all I have.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'd like to just go through the variance figures to make sure we have the most updated ones, because I
Sure.
heard some slight deviations from our zoning officer's memo. For the front yard setback, you said 21.42, I believe?
The existing is, can you confirm that? Existing and proposed is 21.42, correct?
Okay, and that's just slightly less than the zoning officer's 21.74, but if you're confident it's 21.42.
Yeah, the right side of the house is 21.74, but the jog just to the left of that is actually a little bit closer at 21.42.
Okay.
And that is shown on both the survey as well as the grid plan.
Then right side yard setback of 5.72, is that still?
It's actually 5.42 is the existing on the front, and 6.77 is the existing rear.
Okay. And then you said lot coverage 52.56?
On
For
the
the
lot
most-
coverage, we do have, those were the revised numbers I gave you on the handout. And so the proposed lot coverage is 52.56, which represents 4,072 square feet.
And building of 25.09, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, who are we going with, Krista or theirs?
There's very minor discrepancies, and because their numbers are slightly less on the setbacks of 21.42 as opposed to 21.74, we should err on the side of giving them the extra 0.3, which is identified in the plans as being the minimum figure that they are requesting here.
Okay.
Krista is very accurate, but I do have the fact that we have the original drawing, and I can look, where Krista uses a scale, I can use the computer. So it's just slight deviations.
It's different than the survey, too.
Yeah, and different than what's written on the plan.
Yep,
the setback.
yeah, because that was, again, junior engineer. I couldn't bring him with me to hang him out to dry, but I did spend a fair amount of time redoing all the numbers today. I'm quite confident in them.
Okay, you're stuck with them. Any questions from the board now?
Just a question on the driveway. Is the proposed, the new revised proposed, smaller, or is that just a typo, 1951 versus 1915?
It is the driveway, hopefully there's not a typo. The driveway does drop from 2275 down to 1915. So we're taking out the 311 in the back, 331 in the back, and we're taking out a little bit of the driveway at the front left side of the house.
I'm sorry, could I ask one more?
Sure, go ahead.
Question? So you're taking out the existing steps and the wall on the side of the house. Is there extra driveway added to that to make up for that little walkway?
No, we actually are, it shows on the drawing, we're calling that as the lawn.
So there'll be, is there a door on that side?
The door was not part of the revised plans. So if you look at the house plans, there's now, I think, a connection between the kitchen and the dining room. It's a coffee area with no door.
Any other questions from the board?
I have a question. Just because we are increasing the building coverage by, 350 feet or something by, adding the story, obviously new gutters, where is, and I know maybe lot coverage doesn't trigger stormwater, but having walked on this property today, the one question I have is, there's a fence, right, between the neighbor of, I think 26 is the number, and there's this sort of gap where the property drops off between the fence. There's, this 24 is built a little bit higher than 26. And so, I guess my question is, like, where are the gutters going to be pointed in such a direction that the stormwater is going to run off onto the property? Because it just could be very easy, having walked there, to have it end up on the neighbor's driveway and yard, just because on this, and I don't know if you're gonna fill that part in or if that's their property, but I don't know if anybody else noticed that, but there's probably a six-inch gap between, the property level where it dropped, and then it dropped, and the fence, and it drops off in there. So just wondering, I see that as a channel for stormwater from the roof to possibly end up.
Certainly, we'll take a look at that. I'm not aware of where the current roof leaders are. Generally, when we do turn out a working drawing, if this board would approve it, we do go out and look at where they are. Where possible, we like to have them spill at grade, but we try to pull it away from any adjoining properties, because if it spills at grade, it gets to wash across the lawn. You don't like to take, roof leader actually is one of the few things you can put in a dry well. We haven't ruled out a dry well. It's not required by your township, but we'll certainly take a look at that.
I have two questions for you.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I don't see any renderings for what's in the basement.
The architect has plans. I have no idea what's in the basement.
Okay, I'm assuming the utilities and stuff, and it's a
No,
walkout.
we'll get that from the architect.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
So maybe my next question's also for the architect, but I'll try it with you into that. You're building a two-story addition over the back, what's currently the patio. I would assume you're coming off the roof to adding that, going out to the back of the house. That's only 300 square feet total?
Yeah, the addition is only 300 square feet. It's 30 by 10. So obviously the roof line, there'll be all new roof lines.
Correct.
We're adding that second story over the front part, 2.5 stories, so the architect can certainly show you how those roof lines will
Wow.
mesh.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, any questions from the public? Okay, seeing none, we will go ahead and go to the second witness.
Hello, my name is Bill Figdor, architect.
He's
If
going
you
to
could
swear you in
raise your right
first.
hand, do you swear from the testimony you're about to give in this matters the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, spell your last name.
William Figdor, Figdor.
Thank you, and I believe you've appeared before us relatively recently as well, is
I
that?
don't remember the last time, but I've been here a few times over the
Okay.
years.
Any changes to your credentials since the last time you were here?
No,
License still in good standing in the state of New Jersey?
yes.
All right, any questions from the board, or would you like to accept them?
We will accept your credentials and please proceed.
There was a question about the basement plans.
Yeah, I
They're
see it's on page 3.
I don't know if you have that sheet or not.
I do. I just didn't open it all the way. My mistake.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, because originally Krista Anderson told me that the plans were not complete for the board for some reason, so I sent her
Yeah, so that's
complete
probably why.
PDF. All right.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Essentially, we're taking a rundown house and fixing it up. It was occupied by squatters at the time I measured, complete with mice and the whole deal. However, it's going to be a nice addition. The second floor now is essentially an attic, so there's not really much really good space for a family. I think this will really enhance the neighborhood. It ties in. It's not trying to be a McMansion, not at all. As a matter of fact, I scaled back a little bit from what the original request was to where the addition is actually where the concrete slab is now. So we're not really increasing, like the house is literally not covering any more property there in the back. The 10 feet is an existing slab. So that will become house. It'll be attached to the house. So it has a colonial feel. It's not trying to be stand out. So I think it's a nice addition to the neighborhood. I've worked with Michael before too, so I know his work and whatever, so I'm very happy to work with him again. I'm not going to go over numbers because I think he did a thorough job with that, unless you have any questions.
Questions from the, Marie?
No.
Nothing? Okay, questions from the board?
No, satisfied.
Just checking both sides. Okay.
Thank you.
Questions from the public? Okay. Thank you. Do you have any final comments for us? Any wrap-up or final comments for us?
No, thank you for the consideration and the time. Rich, thank you. Bill, very much appreciated. That's it.
Okay, at this point, we move into executive session, and first of all, we look at our conditions and vote tallies.
So the only condition I have noted is our usual condition of compliance with those noted in the board engineer's memorandum.
That's acceptable to you?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's the only condition. Who would like to kick us off?
I can start.
Got it.
I went by the property on Saturday, and for lack of a better word, a little shocked with the condition of the house. Obviously, you've done some work on it, so that's contributed to it too, but you got a lot of work on your hands. I don't think what you're proposing is a big impact on the neighborhood. I have a similar size lot, similar driveway, whole deal, so I can feel for your pain. I live on the other side of town. But I don't think, this is definitely an improvement for the neighborhood. If you look around at the other houses, it's not going to cause a problem for them. I did have a little concern about, you talked about the house on the southern side not making a shadow on yours. I was a little concerned about the house, I guess would be north of you. It's not a lot, it's not a big problem. So I don't see much of a detriment to the neighborhood with what you're proposing, and I can support this application.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can support it as well. Some of the complications, some of the variances are driven by the locations of the existing structure, as was noticed earlier. I appreciate the effort to restrain the coverage by removing some of the existing coverage to, lessen the impact of what was being added. I was a little bit concerned about building coverage, but I think you've addressed all those concerns. And as was noted, it's definitely in scale of the neighborhood. It's probably the smallest house in the neighborhood, and I agree, it was a little shocking seeing this house. I don't like hearing words like squatters and the special notice we got from the zoning officer today about the not being permitted to be occupied. So this is a house definitely in need of improvement. Happy to see it being done. I think this is a very nice project, and I can support it as well.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I also, too, can support it. Really think it's great. I think it's going to be a big improvement, the scale of the house, since it is so much smaller than the others, and it definitely needs work. I'm glad to see that somebody's putting love into it.
Okay. With all of the positive criteria pointed out and the need for an upgrade of a piece of property in that neighborhood is certainly something that I can support, and that this is an easy project as far as supporting it, not an easy project to complete. That's going to be on your end. But I think we should give you every opportunity to move forward. So would someone like to make a motion to approve it?
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Chairman Steiner?
Yes.
Mr. Yuko?
Yes.
Mr. Nelson?
Yes.
Ms. Zahn?
Yes.
Mr. Kieran?
Yes.
Mr. Malay?
Yes.
Ms. Toth?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you very
And
much.
again,
Appreciate it.
read the resolution when it comes, which is about a month from now. All right, we will move on to our next case, which is 5 Robin Hood Road. Let us get our paperwork out and have a
Absolutely.
chance to
Take your
get
time.
there.
All right, if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, spell your last name.
Kevin Holmes, Holmes.
Thank you.
Okay, can you give us a little background on the project and what you hope to accomplish here tonight?
Absolutely. Sitting in the back is my wife, Ryan Holmes. My children are back home, 5-year-old daughter, Adeline, my son, Mason, 3 years old. We are both, all of us are lifelong residents of New Jersey. We grew up in Morris County. We currently reside in Hoboken, New Jersey, and have been looking to move to Summit for some time now. We have family and friends that live in the town or the surrounding areas. We closed on our property back in October of 2022 and are constructing a new home. That home is in the process of being built, as you'll see in photos later. Before you this evening, we were seeking a variance for 3 reasons. One, for a front porch. When we were first constructing or designing the home, always tough to see it on paper versus it being built. And for aesthetic purposes, we think a front porch would be relevant here. That leads to a building coverage variance, in addition to a variance for a pool at the home. So I will turn it over to my professionals here. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, any
Well,
questions?
can I ask one question?
ahead.
I don't know how relevant this will be, but it's more of curiosity than anything else. It appears from comments in the report that your initial plans were approved based on no need for variances, and then you demolished the house and started the project, and then now you're coming for variances. What changed in between there?
I think, as I said, it was kind of tough when we were developing and designing the home with our architect to get a sense for how this home was going to look on the piece of paper. And so as we saw it going vertical, we started seeing the scale of the home and the front facade and thought a porch would help soften it and appeal within the neighborhood. And so it was I don't want to call it an afterthought, but it was something that we thought would be certainly a value add to the home and the neighborhood, and hence why we're here now.
Okay, all right.
Any member of the public wish to ask a question of the applicant? Okay, who's your first witness?
Keller.
And I'll just note for the record that Mr. Keller was just sworn in the previous application. You remain under oath. Your credentials were accepted at that time.
Thank you. And I am going to bifurcate my testimony because we do have an architect and a landscape architect. I think on this application it's more critical. So I'm just going to give a brief overview of the site. And then I'll turn it over to Tom Baio, the architect, to discuss the architectural resolution to breaking down that mass with a new porch, as well as our landscape architect, who will talk about the proposed pool, where that's going, why it's oriented the way it is, and then I'll come back, I'll recap what the variance, the extent of the variance relief, and I'll get to the proofs, but I'll try to be brief.
And
The,
we'll give everyone a chance to ask questions in each section.
Yeah, perfect.
Has everything in your presentation been submitted to Stephanie?
Actually, for some reason, the drawing that's on the board now is the same that's been part of your packet. It is grading, drainage, soil erosion, and sediment control plan, 5 Robin Hood Road. It is last revised 10/24/2023.
Okay, then should we perhaps get a copy of the entire electronic thing to her tomorrow?
Yep.
Which we'll label as A1?
Okay, I do have 2 exhibits here that were not presented. One is the base survey. I'm not sure why that didn't get submitted, but the engineer's report did highlight the fact that we did not include a separate survey. And while it is the underlayer for the plans you have before you, it is a little harder to read on this drawing. So we did bring a copy of the survey. And then when I come back to do my later testimony, I will use a drawing called Holmes Residence Variance Exhibit. And that is dated, so that would be A2, excuse me. And that is dated 2/5/2024. And in addition to having an annotated site plan showing both existing and proposed conditions, it contains some site photos.
And
So if
those
we start
pictures
off,
were taken when?
those were taken Saturday and Sunday, 2 days ago, yesterday and the day before.
And they represent the
They
appropriate-
are true representation, they've not been modified, and they do accurately represent the site as it exists today.
Okay.
Not much has changed in the last 24 hours. If we look at the survey, the property is located at the southerly intersection of Essex Road and Robin Hood Road in the R15 residential district. I would note that the houses, the way it's oriented, the house to the left, the houses across the street are also in the R15 zone. The house that's behind us, or further up Essex Road, is actually the start of the R25 zone. The property is a rectangular lot. It has roughly 100 feet of frontage along Essex Road and 200 feet of frontage along Robin Hood Road. The property does slope from the back of the property toward Robin Hood Road. When the house was built, there was a level pad was created, so there were some steep slopes created in the back when they created a level. And then since Robin Hood Road is dropping, when they created that level pad, they used some retaining walls and created some pitch slopes in the front. So there is an area of steep slopes indicated in the green on your drawings and in the drawing you have up on the screen now in Exhibit A1. The property does slope along Robin Hood Road. The start of Robin Hood Road, it's about 2.5%, which is fairly minor, and then it starts to pick up slope. So by the time you get to the southerly end of the site, you're up at about 15% pitch on the road. It does mean that the corner property that sits immediately to our left does sit significantly below the property in question. To quantify those steep slopes, there's actually 2,242 square feet of what I would consider to be man-made slopes. I think the property used to slope along with the road, which just gets up to about 15%, which is your threshold. Again, when they leveled off a building pad to create the prior home, is when they created steep slopes in the front and back, which is not uncommon. The existing home was built in, the pre-existing home was a 1.5-story 1929 home that was built in a Tudor revival style. It had an existing non-conforming setback to Robin Hood Road of 39.39 feet. Where 44.25 is the established average. So the home that was there prior to the construction was deficient by almost 5 feet to the average in the neighborhood. The existing home was somewhat unique because the lot is shallow, it's long and shallow. And when you apply the setbacks with the 2 front yards and then the 2 side yards and not wanting to push the house further back, the original designers of the home built a home that was 125.6 feet long. And it varied from 24.7 feet on the right side where the 3-car garages are. The middle section, the connective section, is about 19.8 feet. And then the bulk of the house on the left side, or the easterly side, is actually about 23.1 feet deep. The house also was built apparently over time. There were additions to it, because I think the architect will tell you inside there were a number of grade changes. There were different floor heights. There were different additions. There kitchen addition done in the or renovation done in the 70s. There was a lot of deferred maintenance in the old home. It was quirky, and it was really deemed it was very difficult to renovate the existing home with what's really more like a railroad apartment scale than a single-family dwelling. So Kevin and Ryan Holmes purchased the property in late 2022. They contacted us to do a survey, Tom Bayo to design a home for the property. The current home is actually under building coverage by about 100 square feet. It's only under FAR by about 44 feet, and it's under coverage by about 886 square feet. So we looked to do a house that was fully conforming. We designed a home, the architect designed a home. We did a grading plan that the location of the accessory structures, the location of the home, was all compliant with the ordinance requirements for average setback, for rear yard or side setbacks, for FAR and coverage and accessory coverage. There was some thought to doing a pool at some point and finding the smartest way to do a pool, and I'll talk when I come back about the relatively little area that's available to you when you do a pool on a corner lot with a 70-foot front yard setback and a 15-foot side yard setback. You've got 85 feet of combined setback with a property that's less than 100 feet deep. It only leaves you about 14 feet of depth to put an accessory structure. So I'll come back after the architect is gone, and I'll talk about the response and the variances that were created as a result of that. I wanted to start by introducing the site, the topography, the lay of the land. So as you listen to the architect and the landscape architect and their solutions, it would make more sense. I'm happy to answer any questions before I come back.
Marie?
Are you going to talk about the seepage pit at all?
I will mention that we are providing a seepage tank. Yep.
Are you going to talk about that later? Or?
I can do that right now. The property does, if you go to the sheet that's part of your application package, we did have a net with the new house, about 917 square feet of impervious area was added. So we did provide a dry well that is consistent with the town's stormwater management requirements. The dry well will accommodate the amount of runoff. Obviously, what's generally happens is if the board approves it, we would do a permeability test or a perk test prior to the installation of any dry well system to confirm that it works. And if we get poor perk, we'll design an alternate system. One of the nice things about sitting up so high is we can always use a gravity system. So if we don't get percolation, we can drain out of the bottom of a dry well. We can move the location. There are a lot of options. So, but there will be, with the application as you have it before you, as well as what was approved now, there would be a dry well system that would ensure that there's no additional runoff to the neighbors after construction.
And I took a look at the calculations, and I believe that this satisfies your ordinance?
Okay.
It's rare when we get a site that actually drains toward the street for a change, so, and I've got grade change down there, so I think even if we hit poor permeability, which we often do in this section of Summit, we'll be able to design something that I think meets the ordinance and is protective of the neighbors.
Other questions from the board?
I have one, I'm not sure if it's appropriate for you or the architect, but one thing I didn't see in my packet was the lot with the buildable envelope and where the house is sited and the proposals vis-à-vis the buildable envelope. And
You know, I don't think.
that makes it hard for me to visualize.
Let me just go to my third exhibit. I don't think we actually do show the buildable envelope. If you look at the drawing, you see it in front of you there, the green line, the green dashed line over on the left side of the drawing, that is the area in which you can build an accessory structure, 70 feet back from the street, but it does show 15 feet from the left side, and 15 feet from the rear line. So that would be the required setback from the home. Further down, we do show,
There's that
44
dashed line
yeah,
across the front.
44.25, that's that points out to the dashed line.
Okay.
So that is the required
okay.
front yard setback, and then it turns, because you have two different setbacks. The required setback along Robin Hood is 44.25, along Essex, it's actually 35. So you can see there's the dashed line again, that indicates the required setback from Essex. So we are, in the proposed condition, we are actually not, we're not quite up at the minimum of 44.25. We're actually at, oh yeah, one of the bays comes in at 44.3. Most of the house is back at about 46 feet. But what I did on this drawing is I wanted to superimpose the existing conditions, so I'll just briefly introduce this. So you can see the blue line in the front of the house is the existing, or the pre-existing home, showing that the home was set at 39.4 feet from the street, and you can see that it actually sat considerably into the front yard setback, and that was 1 to 1.5 story massing. So that mass that is in the red color is all being removed. That 125 feet width is being pared down to, the main front part of the house is about 98 feet. There's a little jut out in the back of the covered patio. So the overall house is actually being shrunk on the site, but it is being made deeper because that 19.8 nominal dimension, 24.7 really wasn't a workable dimension for a home. And then when you coupled all of the elevation changes, we really started with a blank slate, looking to hold that 44.3 foot setback and then bring the back of the house in at the 15-foot setback, which we're at actually 15.2. So the house is nestled into the rear setback, and it is just beyond the one bay window at 44.3. We're really using setback to setback because instead of having a long linear house, we're trying to get a house that's a little more traditional in its size and depth. What ended up happening, though, is with pulling the three-car garage forward on the right side and reorienting the driveway, and to get into the driveway, we wanted to allow proper backup to the garage. So what ended up happening is, even though there's a fair amount of push and pull across the facade, when it's constructed, it appears a little flatter than I think the client was anticipating. So when we look at the photographs in the upper left-hand corner, you can see while there is an attractive roof, it's a very expensive dimensional wood roof, and there's some push and play in the elevations and pushes back and forth. I think when you get back 35, 40 feet from the street, it does feel a little in need of some breaking up in terms of the massing, and that's why the architect has proposed putting a porch over the center section, which is where the Tyvek wrap is, and that will help both break down the mass vertically. It'll differentiate that center section. It'll highlight the entrance into the house, and because it's open and as a diaphanous layer that you can see through, it really does not have any impact on the street facade. It only helps to break up the massing of the building. Photograph number 2 is looking up into where we're proposing the pool will go, and you can see there's the grade. That retaining wall will remain. That sloped section in there is where the landscape architect is planting some large trees to help block any visibility into the site and the pool area. So even though we are not meeting the 70 feet, we're a good think we're a good 50, let me just get the number. I think we're still 52.7 feet back from the street, and well beyond the front corner of the house. So with the landscaping, you'll never be able to, with the current topography and certainly the proposed landscaping, you'll never be able to see that pool that's back there. And then finally, again, this is a picture from the, picture number 3 is taken from the intersection, looking back down towards south at the house. And you can see, again, the further away you get from it, the house does start to feel a little more plainer than the owners anticipated, and that's why the architect is seeking to put that front porch across the middle section to break that mess up. It's not about getting an extra bedroom. It's not about getting a play for more program. It's really an aesthetic decision that I think will break down the massing of the house. The pool, I think, is in a logical location. We decided to orient it in this axis rather than trying to sneak it into and turn it sideways and sneak it into that green area which is permitted for a pool. This allows us actually to pull the active portion of the pool further away from the neighbor behind the property. There's the sun shelf, the entrance into the pool, and then we were able to bring that pool closer to the street. Still beyond the front line of the house, just can't make that 70-foot setback. But we think it's a better planning alternative, which I'll get to in a second. So that's the, we don't have a building envelope, but I think this drawing does allow you to kind of see where the allowable setback are.
And I also had a question actually for you, Andy. I know with accessory structures, if one has been abandoned, we sort of start de novo if an applicant's going to put a new accessory structure up. So if the prior house has been demolished, should we be looking at its dimensions as existing, or are we just looking de novo?
Usually when we do see plans of recent demolition, the applications come in as a deviation from what had existed previously.
However, I point that what's unique about this one is it's an active construction site. So it's not like we took a shed down 5 years ago, a garage down, we want to now put it back up or get credit for it.
Right.
It is an active construction site under a current approved building permit with a fully conforming plan. We're just looking to make some deviations, and those deviations rise to the level of needing variance relief.
Okay, other questions? Ted?
Yeah, there are couple things that the zoning officer asked to get some applicant testimony on, and one is, she notes that the plans don't show any exterior lighting for the pool, and she wants just to confirm that there is no exterior lighting planned for the pool. I don't know if you would answer that, or the applicant wants to answer that.
I do know that the answer is no, but the landscape architect is really the one in charge of the pool.
Okay. And would that be the same thing for the exterior entertainment equipment that she wanted to ask about, such as televisions or speakers, anything like that?
Yeah, I don't know that there's any of that proposed, but the applicant's landscape architect can address that as well.
All right.
Others?
I can address your question.
Okay.
I can address your second question on the audio question. There is underneath the porch, which is on the left side of the home, there's a covered patio. There's a TV that's proposed underneath that patio. That's the only AV equipment that's currently being considered.
So Krista asked the question, but I don't know why she was asking. I mean, is there some reason we should be concerned about that, any restrictions?
It's not prohibited under the code at all. I think the obvious concern is just noise to the neighbors. If it's a sufficient distance away, I'm sure they don't want huge amplifiers right at the setback line. So
And it will comply with the sound ordinance.
yes, of course.
That would be the answer.
You have noise regulations in place. You can't have amplified
Correct.
sound exceeding the sound levels in the state's code. So otherwise you would get
Understood.
a violation. Yep.
And as long as you're there, I mean, maybe your landscape architect can say the same thing, but lighting for the pool, anticipate any lighting for the pool?
Nothing outside of the ordinary that would come with lighting inside of a pool. So
Inside of
inside of the
I think
pool.
concern is more lighting outside the pool, that potential spillover.
I'll let my landscape
Okay.
architect touch
Do
on
you
that.
have an answer to some of this? Because I saw you come up, I'm just wondering if you had an answer.
No, she's here. Yeah,
She's helping with the visual.
Oh, your job is to hold it up, okay. All right.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a question about the sound you were talking before. There's like 4 AC units, there's a generator. Obviously, that only works when the power goes out, although around town, it seems like a lot of people, their generators run even when the power's not out. And then the pool equipment is towards the front yard. Is that like pool equipment that's gonna be running in the filter where you, I mean, pool equipment, it's,
Yeah, the pool equipment does run full-time when the pool's in operation. Obviously, it comes offline in the winter, but, yeah, and they do make them certainly quieter than they used to, but we thought it was better to place it at that point in the property where it can be screened by landscaping and further away from the neighbors behind. Because I could put it within 15 feet of the neighbors behind, but we thought it was a better location to pull it up front, where it's more easily screened, there's no sound, sound can be attenuated through landscaping that can go around it. So it felt like a better planning alternative than what was permitted at the back of the site. But it does require variance relief. It is an accessory, part of accessory use that's in a front yard for the pool equipment. Generators, as you said, they test twice, every 2 weeks they test. And obviously, if there's a major power failure, everyone's got, there are a lot of generators running, but they're not, they're not diesel generators, they're gas generators. They tend to, again, they're not whisper quiet like the pool equipment is these days, but they do make noise, but it's rare. And then the AC units, it is a long house, so you do need some AC units for different zones. But again, that stuff these days, the stuff is pretty quiet, and you can run. I have a brand new house next to me. We have a porch that overlooks a home with 2 AC compressors, and I'm not gonna say I don't hear them, but I don't notice them. And again, they're all much further away from the neighbors than they're required to be, and the landscape architect can show you his most recent landscape plan that shows how they're buffered.
Any other questions? Okay, questions from the public? Seeing none, we'll go to the next witness before you come back.
If you could raise your right hand, do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, spell your last name.
Thomas Baio, B-A-I-O,
Thank you.
architect
And
for the applicant.
once again, I think you've appeared before us relatively recently. Any changes to your credentials since the last time you were here?
No.
Any questions from the board, or would you like to accept them once again?
I think we will accept your credentials, and please.
Okay. Well, I'll start by saying, having designed so many homes over my 33 years, I don't have too many that come back for a variance as a new construction. This is unusual. This is not an architectural failure of a plain vanilla box. It is a client who gives a damn about the way a house looks, and I commend him. And that's why we're here. We're here to put a front porch on, because that is, in my view, the simplest solution to the appearance of a big box. I don't just design a big box. I try to make great homes. There's a lot of undulation in the facade. There's an articulation of material. And this is an expensive big box because it's a wood shingle roof, and none of the materials, in my view, fall to that being conventional or plain. Now, with that said, the charge is how can I add more dimension and visual appeal to the home? And that's architecturally what I'm going to here to try to explain and show and hopefully convince. Amanda is helping me. I left my tripod in my office, so she works for me. Her first zoning board. So the first thing I'll show you is in yellow is the area of the new front porch. The new front porch will extend into the front yard, and it is, because it's columned and roofed, subject to being called a building. So it is a front yard setback violation and produces a building coverage violation. Its size, shown on the first floor plan, is 6.5 feet at its narrowest and about 8.5 feet, be inaccurate, 8.8 feet, 3.5 inches to its widest. The intent of the front porch is to hold civic charm. It doesn't really function to give them living area. They have a pool, they have a patio, and a covered porch in the back. It is entirely here to add dimension and charm for the neighborhood. Front porches are, in many communities, considered to be a veil, right? They actually want to encourage front porches because it encourages civil engagement. People can walk by, drive by, and front porches have seasonal decorations. They have sometimes a rocking chair. and they are suggestive of a sort of bygone America. Sometimes in new construction, we use that area. We try to max out envelopes. The front porch was not part of our original intent. And the next page I'm going to show you, and these are just colored pages on our original plans, is the area of what this front porch is. It is 90% air, other than a roof, which will be of wood to match the house. There are just 4 columns. It is considered a building by the ordinance, and as such, we're here for the relief for that. The pool was a much later element in the house. We've moved that forward to capture it as part of this process, so that there's never a reason to come back before the board for this particular home. That's really the extent of my architectural testimony.
Questions?
Are you gonna talk about the landscaping?
I'm not.
Okay.
I almost was not going to talk about architecture. Rich went to college for architects. He actually did a lot of the testimony.
Okay,
Not good for now?
other questions?
Yeah, I have a question. What was the original plan for the front of the house? Like, was it just the area, you know, since the porch wasn't part of the plans, what was just that part?
There was a front stoop, and there was, not much.
Did it have the covering? Did it have the,
No,
portico?
we didn't have a cover.
So it was just a
That's
flat
right.
door?
Yeah, actually, this picture that's on here, I'm going to go in, you'll see it. The feature of this home is that array of towers. That's going to be the staircase. And from an architectural standpoint, that is the most charming thing on this house, other than its charm from the massing. The front door is right there. Was that front door inset a little bit? It never had a cover.
So it was designed without any sort of coverage from the
That's right.
elements? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, we had coverage, we have like 80 or 90 square feet. He could have had a front porch. It's just that its extension into the front setback would have been mitigated. It would have been like 1 or 2 feet big.
Thank you.
Was there any consideration given to using different facades over various segments of the house? I mean, that's another way to, make something not look flat or give it interest without adding a porch.
Mr. Holmes, I assure you, had me look at many, many elevations. I was challenged by my coloring techniques. Everything was studied from a small front porch to one that spanned the massive. The reason the front porch goes from this side to here, there's no other doors. It's really just to garner this engagement of the entrance. There's a feeling that the front door's hard to find. There's a feeling that there's no, where is the house? Where is the entrance? And so this front porch is really what I said. It's one of civic duty. It is to give an opportunity because they're not going to sit out there. They have a back porch. It's really for the articulation of the facade, the neighborhood, identification of an entrance, and seasonal, decorations.
I'm going to ask a very simple question. So what's the hardship?
The hardship is that the front porch would extend into the average front yard setback as established by the zone, and not just 40 feet.
Okay.
It's subject to the average distances. Even though the old house was in front of my porch, the new house had to comply with all the setbacks as Rich gave them to us. We
So-
just couldn't get a front porch on it.
So without the porch, there's no hardship?
Without the porch, there's no
If you didn't,
hardship.
right. So,
That's correct.
so maybe you guys can shut me up if you have to.
Go right ahead.
In the original design, we knew what the setback was.
Yes.
What would have happened to the size of the structure had the porch been in the original design? Would have been how much narrower?
Well, if you had to take 8 foot as being the one we want, we would have to push the center part of the house in 8 feet. So, showing you on the floor plan, this here and this here, you can see how narrow the dining room was. Just so I can, get that out there. The dining room is 10 feet wide. There was no way to get a porch on this house.
They would have been here for a variance.
We would've been
Either
here
way.
for
The whole
variance before
project.
the house
For
construction.
the whole
correct.
project.
That's
Assuming
right.
you went with the size.
That's right.
Yeah.
When I come back for my testimony, I can talk about.
Yeah, we'll get to,
hardships are,
we'll,
what C1 and C2 activities.
we'll get to you, I promise. One question I had, and I'm not sure you meant this, part of what you said was that they already have a pool, and I don't think that's what you meant.
No, what I was trying to say is that the front porch is not part of adding living area or usability to the home. They have a rear porch, and they'll have a pool. That's where they're gonna be.
They will have a pool, they don't have.
They will have a pool.
There
Oh,
was
no,
there
sir,
was there
with
was
all due
no-
respect, correct. We
There
would-
was no design for a pool in the initial
That's
construction.
right.
Okay.
We had a covered rear porch as part of my original design, and that in fact is where the front
Okay,
porch
I
is
just-
really.
I just wanted to make sure that we were
For-
talking past tense.
Understood. I'm sorry about that. But it really is, the front porch is more about the neighborhood than it is about.
Yeah, okay.
their-
And you have nothing to add about the pool,
Me?
right?
Oh, no.
From
no.
your end?
No.
Okay, that's gonna be somebody else.
Yes, it is.
Okay. We'll figure it out.
Mr.
Okay,
Chairman?
Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, just back to the porches, I'm struggling with this a little bit. So if you went narrower, 5 feet, how would you still need a variance?
Yes.
Okay. Like-
Yeah, we have 6.5 at, you'll see it at some of the key points.
Mhm.
5 gets narrow. It's hard for furniture or, a little rocking chair or something.
But the front entrance, according to your plan, comes off of Robin Hood, and then up the hill. So this side porch, this porch goes down the front of the house. At least the plan I have shows the steps, or the walkway goes down to Robin Hood.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So this, is the porch blocked off at the end, so there's no access to the porch from the
That's right.
right side of the house?
Yeah, there's no paving around the remainder of the porch. There might be some flower beds around there, and certainly that front porch could be the subject of potted plants if they're so inclined.
If the porch is not meant to be social and sat at, and, the family intends to use the back porch, why even make it so big? I mean,
Because-
I think that's the idea of decorations. I mean, you put decorations on your front lawn, too. It is a very big porch for something that the testimony says isn't even going to be used,
Well,
basically.
it is the front entrance, so it will have some ability to be used. It is really an issue about what is beneficial to the view of that house. The house is looked at as being very boxy, and we struggled with trying to get more dimension than I simply provided the first time. And that dimension comes from jutting this out a certain dimension. Could it be less? I'm sure it could be, if it had to be less. It's not intended to be a place where there's a great amenity being provided back to the homeowners. They care a lot about the way this house looks. I care too, and as an architect, I struggle to argue points. This one, I somewhat tried so many different things. I think the porch is a very beneficial element to a home.
I'll be the bad guy in the room.
Okay.
If it's beneficial to the home, why wasn't it in the original design?
Because the original design struggled with that front yard setback. They just simply couldn't get a front porch on there.
And they wanted to come in without a variance.
I don't
What
do
you
too many
wanted.
new homes with variances. Like,
What?
I don't know if the last time I did a new home that had a variance. We try to be conforming, because we can control I can control the criteria and the outcomes.
That's kind of my point. You
Yeah.
have a lot, and you know what the requirements are.
Yes.
And the house was designed, and it's a beautiful house. I went there, in fact, my old friend used to live in the house that was torn down when I was in high school, so I'm familiar with the area. It's a beautiful house, it looks great. I'm just struggling with, we had a conforming house, and now the porch is the problem. Follow me? I'm struggling.
I hear
with
you. I could have made the porch smaller if it's just about entrance, but it's really about the scale.
that. No, I understand,
Relative to
your
the
argument.
Overall structure, and what you'll see is the four
That's
posts.
beautiful. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. It's a beautiful house. It's, it's, could it have, and again, you guys can, why wasn't it incorporated from the get-go? is really what I'm asking.
I'll take the blame for that as the owner. That was, as I said before.
You need to come up to the microphone, or will.
I apologize. I'll take the blame for that. This for me was, when we were designing the home with Tom, I saw it on a piece of paper and I didn't appreciate how flat the front of the home was. And as we started to build the home, and the wood went up, and then the shingles went, it just, to me, just had no dimensionality. And so it was an afterthought. It was something that, to me, I thought it would be a very drastic improvement to the physical appearance of the home. So that was to Tom, when I started meeting him in the office, I said, what can we do here to try to help this out? And we understand that that's a big ask from all of you sitting on the board, and I respect that. But it was a conversation I at least wanted to have, because I thought it would be such a drastic improvement to the building itself.
Yeah, and so, and not to pile on here, but
Yeah, sure.
I mean, that was the purpose of my initial opening question was,
Completely.
you know, what changed? And, you know, I have to be honest, I'm a little concerned. I mean, I think it looks great.
Sure.
It does.
But
It's
I'm a little
beautiful.
concerned about the size,
Okay.
especially given the timing and, you know, initially going without a variance because you wanted to be compliant, and now suddenly you want to have a very large porch, and now you're here for a variance. So, yeah, I mean, you know, I don't know how to slice this
I
up.
understand.
But I like the idea of a porch. I'm just not sure I like it that size.
Is it the width that's, or is it the jutting out from the house? Because it could go narrower from the jut out standpoint. Although I'll argue that no one will ever perceive the average front yard setback. It's something materially, it's just on paper. And based on the former house having been much closer, that's why we brought Rich as a planner. I thought that the positive and negative criteria do need to be debated on it. Is it the width, is it the scale of the width or the depth?
For me, it's definitely the width. Depth, I'm less troubled by.
Yeah.
I mean, either way, you would reduce the coverage by, you know, making it smaller.
Yeah, anything we do.
Yeah.
Well, I have a feeling that we're not going to resolve this until we hear the positive and the negatives from,
Yeah.
Yes.
Right, right.
And that's
so
why
why
we
don't
have a
we
planner here.
put this on hold and move on, and then come back to it when we hear those positives and negatives. Any other questions from the board? No. Any questions from the public? No. Okay, you'll go to your next witness, and I'm not sure who that is.
That's going to be Ed Clark, our landscape architect.
Okay. Mr. Clark?
Oh, yeah.
Substitution. Nobody brought their podium.
I should have brought mine. I have two tripods.
Okay. Oh, we found one. You've been replaced.
And we've also got the walking microphone that you can use if
Yep,
you want.
that's
It
true.
does
You
need
can
to be
use
turned
that as
on.
well.
This is a good spot for
So this we don't have yet, right?
I don't think we have it yet.
Yeah, I don't think we have that either.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll swear you in at this point.
If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, spell your last name.
My name's Edward Clark, C-L-A-R-K.
Thank you, and I believe you two have appeared before us relatively recently.
I have. I was in front of the planning board. I think it was May
Oh, okay.
of
Can
2023.
you just briefly describe your background and experience then for the board?
I'm a licensed landscape architect in the state of New Jersey. My license is current. I've been licensed since 1997. We have our own practice in Flanders, New Jersey. And I've given testimony in Summit and other municipalities throughout the state on projects similar to this.
Any questions from the board, or would you like to accept his credentials?
Any questions? All right, we'll accept your credentials and please proceed.
So I heard someone say that they don't have the plan. I have reductions I could hand out.
Thank you. These have not been submitted, correct?
This, what you have here has not been submitted.
So this is A, what number have we at? A4. Okay.
Thank you.
Actually, I need my own, yeah.
Someone else needs it, we can pass this.
Is it on here?
We could pass this one, we could pass that one down.
Thank you.
Need to borrow.
That should be okay.
Thank you. I'm going to focus on
No,
I'm going to focus on 3 points in the interest of time, and then I can answer any further questions. The first sheet you have is L1, that's the overall plan. And I'd like to focus on the screening, the restoration, or the establishment of canopy, and how the landscape plan will integrates the home to the street. So first on the note of screening, we heard testimony before. I want to start on Robin Hood and talking about the pool area, how the grade itself is lending quite a bit of screening to the pool area. It's about a 10-foot grade change from this point on Robin Hood to the elevation of the pool deck. In addition to the grade, we're providing screening along these 3 sides of the yard using green giant arborvitaes, which this is a photograph of those on the 3rd page of the handout. So that'll provide evergreen screening, and we deliberately chose a more narrow species given our space. We'll provide evergreen screening on the 3 sides. On the return back to the front corner of the house, there's skip laurel, which is also an evergreen, and that will, in addition to the grade, screen the pool area plus screen the fencing that goes around the pool area. The screening species runs to the covered porch and then switches to a more narrow species, given the amount of space left, and the neighbor has a 6-foot solid fence there. I'd also like to talk about the screening over by the driveway. So this overlap formed by the bend in the driveway, we've provided 2 clump amelanchier, which are made of understory trees, and that overlap will give some screening to the garage area. The point I wanted to talk about was the reestablishment and introduction of canopy. Along Robin Hood and coming up Essex, we have 3.5 inch swamp white oaks. It's a native shade tree that will, in time, arch out over the street. Very full head on it. We can expect that tree to achieve a height of 75 feet and 30 foot in width over time. We've carried that around Robin Hood, up Essex. There's some overhead wires at this point, so we switched back down to the amelanchier. And up on looking from Robin Hood, on the left corner of the house where there is some height showing, we've brought in a bow hall maple there. So we're going to end up with a total of 5 native species of shade trees and the 2 understory trees by the driveway. The purpose of these street trees and this repetition of a street tree planting gives planting some continuity. They're spaced 40 to 50 feet on center, which is standard. And again, as it matures, it will integrate the street to the front of the house. The front of the house is further integrated to Robin Hood by a traditional boxwood style planting that runs the length of the porch and then switches over to a different hedge as we get to the garage. So very traditional, lower evergreen type planting along the front of the house. And then lastly, the walk that leads from the front door to the street, along the stairs, there'll be plantings on that sloped area, native grasses, some boulders tucked in to act as cheek walls on the stairs. And also on the front, down where the existing walls are, where it gets a little steep, we're just planting that area with native grasses and native ferns. Take any questions you have on the landscape plan? Someone asked a question.
Go ahead.
Very, very impressive plan, is my first reaction.
Yeah.
A couple questions, though. The green giant arborvitaes that provide the main screening for the pool, and that's what our forester called out the need for, it says size 7 to 8 feet. Are those 7 to 8 feet when they're planted, or is that what the?
That's the size of installation,
Very
all the
impressive.
sizes
Okay,
listed
good.
here, yes.
Yeah, that's very good. And the screening around the AC and generator looks very good, too.
Could I expand on that,
Yeah.
because that came up earlier? The screening, so the mechanicals are all positioned together, the generator, the pool equipment, the air conditioning units. In addition to the planted screen around it, there is a tongue and groove cedar wooden screen that will help with the sound as well.
Yeah.
So there's a double layer of screening there. I just want to bring that up because that came up earlier.
Yeah, I compliment you and the applicant for going to this extent. I'm sure this ain't cheap. Very, very, very good plan, very good plan. But I think we would, if we do approve it, I think we want a condition for the forester to
Right.
take a look at it. I can't imagine you'd have a
Okay.
problem, but
No, can't either.
There was, I'm sorry.
So the pool design, is that part of your part, or are you
I could-
just doing the landscape? It's sort of the layout of the pool, just wondering. I know there was the footprint of where that was going to be discussed later. I didn't know if that was you, about, the pool could be rotated 90 degrees to be within the allowable building footprint. I don't know if that's your area or someone else's, but there was discussion early that would be, it was mentioned that it would be brought up, so I don't know.
I can speak a little bit about the positioning and sizing of the pool. So, the pool is about 435 square feet or so smaller than the average pools in this neighborhood. If it were turned 90 degrees into that complying envelope, push it very close to the covered porch, and need to become even more narrow than it is. It's only 15 feet is drawn. So that was bringing it away from the neighbor. So, the neighbor to the left is positioned quite far away, and further down, that, as mentioned before, pulls the pool activity further away from the neighbor.
But the pool counts towards, right now, it counts towards the lot coverage, right? Or the building coverage, or what does it count towards? Lot coverage, right. So, okay.
There was one other question before about the lighting. So there's-
Any other
Yeah.
questions?
yeah, the lighting for around the pool.
So obviously, there's lighting required inside the pool. We're not proposing any post lights, up lights. It would probably be path lights around the margin of the patio
Yeah.
to navigate that. So 18-inch high, downward facing path lights.
I think the concern would be any up lighting, none
No
of that.
proposed uplighting or lamp posts.
Are you putting any lighting in on this plan at all?
We will. I do not have a landscape lighting plan, but there will be some lighting. This is mainly on the walkways.
And they'll all be they'll all shine within the envelope? None will escape the envelope?
That's right. It'll be mostly comprised of path lights, downward facing path lights, about 18 to 24 inches in height.
Okay. So it's
I
not
have
gonna,
I have a question. Were you on the, part of the project from the start? Like before the house was demolished? I was just wondering, because there's only one existing tray, is that correct? That was,
That's right. I came on, I wasn't here prior to the beginning of the project, but there's one remaining tray.
okay, what type of tree is that?
So red maple.
How tall?
Norway maple.
Is it,
It's substantial. It's about 24-inch diameter trunk and fairly healthy crown.
Okay, but you don't know, so nothing, that was the only one that was saved?
That's right.
Okay.
The trees that were existing on the site, Mr. Winston had inspected the site and mentioned that some were damaged or had structural problems, and I think there was some ash trees on the site as well.
If the pool were turned to 90 degrees in the uncovered kind of pool patio, we're not there, there would be no need for that kind of front yard setback for the pool, right? Or would that still fall within the 70 feet from Robin Hood?
It would then be compliant, it would be 70 feet if it were in this
Mm-hmm.
box, yes, it would be 70 feet off.
Actually violated by 2 feet. It'd be 68 feet. If that pool as shown is 15 feet in rich color, it's 15 feet to the water surface, so it's 17 feet coping. So if you were to kind of nuzzle it back in, you'd still need a deviation, but it would be obviously less. But I can, when I come back, I'll talk about orientation.
Okay, any other questions? Yes.
Yeah, as mentioned, this is a heck of a plan. When I was standing in the, I guess it would be the east front corner the other day, yeah, my concern was for the neighbors directly across the street, because they're about the same elevation. But hopefully these 8-foot trees will block their view. And then there's I should know the name of the street, but I don't, so I'm embarrassed. When you go down Robin Hood and turn to the right, house up on the hill, looks right into their yard. Do you think the height of these trees is sufficient for, I mean, I don't think they're gonna be looking out of their bedroom windows all day at the pool, but, you know, you never know.
I do, if you go to sheet L3, photograph number 4, so the trees will go in at 70 foot.
Oh, I see.
They grow about a foot a year, and you
Okay,
can hedge
great.
them or you can let them go like they are in that photo.
Fantastic. Thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, questions from the public? Seeing none, I guess we're going back to,
Give them back.
for the planning?
Leave that there. So the variance is requested. Obviously, we're looking to add the front porch, which encroaches into the front yard setback and causes us to exceed allowable building coverage, and I'll quantify that. The proposed setback is 38 feet. Open porches, as is mentioned in Krista's memo, are permitted to extend into a required front yard by a maximum of 6 feet. We're at 6.3 feet, but not more than 50 square feet in area. We obviously have a much larger, we're at 377 square feet. So it's not that porches aren't permitted, and the architect could have done a 50 square foot porch, but it would have looked pretty spindly against that house. And I think we certainly could cut off the 0.3, cut off 3.5 inches to comply with the 6 feet. I don't think, certainly given the topography, given the setback, I don't think anybody driving down the road would ever perceive that 3 inches. But it would certainly be easier to at least come into some better compliance with one of the metrics, is that we're allowed to extend 6 feet, we're at 6.3. The required front yard setback is 44.25, so we encroach 6.3 feet. Out of that 377 square feet, 309 square feet actually encroaches into the front yard setback. So that's the amount that is forward of that dashed line of the porch. So obviously not all the porch is forward of that minimum setback line, so therefore it's only 309 feet that encroaches. It would be, and we did look at, if I go back to the architect's facade drawings, we did look at possible ways of making the the porch smaller. Unfortunately, again, we have a house that's really built out with the massing. If we looked at cutting back the front porch only over, sort of symmetrical around the entrance, there's a setback with this asymmetrical layering of the pediments. That means that this is not very far set back. So when you did that, it became kind of goofy in terms of its, how that second mass, which does read from the facade, layers in. If you try to expand that, the front porch to cover from that next bay, it cuts into the bay underneath that sticks out, and then you have a porch that's not symmetrical over the door. So when we looked at logical places to come, once you decided to make it larger, it was clear from the architectural perspective that the architecture was calling out for the porch to come full length on the, it was really the most, it was the resolution that kind of sang the most. It ties that whole center mass together, differentiated it from the garage and the garage connection wing, the vertical circulation wing, and then the wing that looks out onto the existing porch under construction and the really only play area of the property. So it was an organizing tool as well as a layering to break down that mass. And when we looked at alternate locations, it really was the best, was full length. And I would say, you know, there's not a hardship, and C2 variances don't require a hardship. It's hard to say that we built a house, now we created a hardship. It would be self-created, and that certainly doesn't hold any water in terms of zoning. So in terms of and I'll go to the proofs in a second, but that also ran up our building coverage to 19.4%, where 18% is permitted. So that's the extent of the variance. The building coverage approved for the houses under construction was 3461, or 17.4. So it was just under 17.46. It was just under, and again, so we're adding 1.9% to the building coverage through the 377 square foot porch, of which only 309 square feet actually encroaches. So the, actually, if you were to take 70.
Can I just pause you to go over the building coverage figure again? 19 point.
The building coverage is, as proposed, is 19.4%, where 18% is the maximum permitted.
Okay, so that is less than what Krista had noted at 19.62, but you're confident with 19.4?
Yep.
Okay.
And again, that area, that front porch is 377 square feet. So we're over by 271 square feet on the total coverage, on the total building coverage. We are fully compliant with lot coverage, so with the pool, with the proposed patio, with the proposed pool equipment, we're still under on the allowable lot coverage. No other variances are needed in terms of coverage. The only one is for the building coverage for this open porch. The pool and the patio equipment, again, for an accessory structure, they need to be 2 times the minimum setback, so instead of 35 feet, it's 70 feet. I will say that is Milburn and Summit have shared zoning ordinance ideas for a long time. And that's a metric that actually Summit picked up from Milburn Short Hills, where it was 2 times. I will point out there was another community up in North Jersey that also followed that lead. Since then, due to the number of variances and recognizing that when you have lots that are shallower, it ran into a problem, both those other communities have changed to where the accessory structures now just simply need to meet the minimum front yard setback, and they can't be forward of any part of the existing home. So a lot of towns have gotten away for it because it does create a difficult problem when you're trying to get, especially when you have a corner lot where you're backed in 15 foot is your side yard behind, the only real play area is on the left side. So whether we put a pool in or the kids play there, they're going to be playing on that side of the yard, and the kids aren't going to stay 70 feet back. They're going to play in that whole front yard area because that's the yard they have, and that's what we want to see in residential neighborhoods. But we do need a variance because you can't meet the 70 feet reasonably, so we have proposed 52.7. That's a 17.3 foot deficiency. And then the pool equipment, the front yard setback to the pool equipment is actually 39 feet, so it's a 31 foot deficiency. And so that it comes forward of the existing home, but it would be set back further than the house with the proposed porch, whether it was 6 foot or 6.3. So in terms of the variances, the planning proofs, the front porch deviation clearly is not a hardship. And municipal land use law through the creation of the C2 variance, the flexible C variance, said you don't always need to have a hardship. There could be times when you advance one of the 14 purposes or a number of the purposes of zoning, and as long as the benefits outweigh the detriment, you can satisfy the positive criteria under C1. You don't need a hardship. And we certainly think that's the case here, that the plan with the deviation represents a better planning alternative to a conforming one. And it really comes down to the visual impact to the street. We think it's a much more attractive home with it on than without. The porch improves the scale of the house. It breaks down, the massing divides it into its functional elements, so it appears smaller than it is when I showed you the photograph of the site as it exists today under construction. With regard to the pool and the pool and the patio and the related relief there, that's really a combination of the C1 and the C2. And the C1 being that we have an exceptionally narrow lot in terms of its depth. Again, we don't have a depth on a corner lot because you don't have a rear yard. But at less than 100 feet deep, by the time you factor in the front yard setback, the 70-foot setback required for accessory structures, it creates a difficulty in getting any accessory structures into that site. I don't know why we lost that one. But I can go to Ed's drawing. And I think if you take this pool and you were to try to get it so that it wasn't too close to the house, there was enough room for patio, I would point out the plan, we're more than 20 feet off the side yard going down Robin. It's not a full Hampton style being a pool that sits in a lawn area, but 3 sides of it are in lawn. So there's no walkway around it. It's all biased to a patio that opens up to it, mediates between the covered patio, outdoor kitchen area, a small seating area, and into the pool. If you were to turn that sideways, for functionality and safety, you would really have to cut that pool down from 15 by 29. You really need to make it like a 13 by 15 foot pool, which you lose the sun shelf, you lose the ability, it becomes really a glorified spa. It's really not a functional pool anymore, and it's certainly not in keeping with any of the pools that are within a 500-foot radius of this property. So I think that if you were to try to turn that, among the other things, the negatives, it would move closer to the property that sits to our left. The active portion would be closer to the property that sits to the top of the drawing along Essex. And I think that the reality is the area where the kids are going to play, they're going to be playing in the lawn anyways, whether they're playing in the pool, the lawn, et cetera. I think it's a better planning alternative to keep it a reasonable sized pool. And again, as Ed said, it's among the smaller pools. We often see 600 square foot pools. This is considerably smaller than that, and it's been tucked in to keep it away from the neighbors. And then it's protected with landscape. So I think in terms of the patio relief, that exceptional shallow depth on the property really means that you are allowed 14.76 feet for active structures, and that's what I showed you on our exhibit, the A3, I think it was, or no, A3. We showed the green line. To try to fit a pool into that, first of all, you would come to the full 15 feet. To try to fit in there, you really couldn't, because it would just be too close to any outdoor dining area or barbecue area. You'd really end up with a pool that was 13 by 13 stuck into that corner there. And it really would be a dysfunctional pool. And especially when there's really no benefit, because this property can be easily screened. I defy the neighbors across the street are going to know whether that pool is 70 feet back or 52.7 feet. Again, especially when you add the fencing and you add the generous landscape plan that's been put in to both mitigate against noise and visibility of the area. So I think it's certainly, there's a hardship that's created, and I think in terms of trying to come closer to the ordinance, there's a C2 component where this is just a better alternative than turning that sideways and trying to stuff it in, to the point where you really get a pool that's less of a pool and more of a hot tub. Obviously, we still need to meet the negative criteria, and that is, again, 2 prongs, no substantial detriment to the public good, and no substantial impairment to the intent and purpose of the master plan and zoning ordinance. I don't think it has a negative impact on the neighborhood. And that's because again, having lived on a 70 by 170 foot corner lot in Milburn Short Hills with a similar requirement, and I needed the same variance, except for me to meet 70 feet, I would have been in my neighbor's property. But my neighbors, I think once I put the skip laurels up and I put almost the same planting materials, my neighbors across the street couldn't tell where my pool was. They wouldn't have known whether it was 70 feet or the 35 feet, which we actually built it at behind the existing home. It was a long and thin house, sort of like what used to be here. But again, I think that any of the negatives are mitigated through a generous landscape plan, and the placement of the pool is actually better for the community and better for the surrounding neighbors by moving any noise further away from them. And the neighbors across the street are they're 52 feet, a 50-foot road, that's 100 foot, and they're set back about another 40 feet. So you've got our pool would be about 140 feet from the neighbor's house across the street. So that's a fair amount of difference, and I don't think there's much difference between 140 and 190 feet in terms of visibility, because again, the landscape will mitigate against all that. Again, the porch improves the aesthetics of the house. The increase in the footprint is open and airy. The setback to the main mass of the home meets the average front yard setback. The encroachment of the porch is roughly equivalent to the front yard setback in the previous dwelling. So we're actually, as was shown in this exhibit, you can see the red area bound by the blue line. You can see the existing solid mass used to come very close to that, to the proposed location of the proposed porch, except now it's an open porch with the mass moved considerably further back. The encroachments are to the street setbacks, so there's no impact on the enjoyment of air, light, and open space to the neighbors on either side, and our distance is far enough from neighbors across the streets also have no negative impact. We think there's also no detriment to the master plan. We think it helps to continue to drive this as a neighborhood of single-family dwellings that are well taken care of and well constructed, with the amenities one would expect to see in the R15 neighborhood in Summit. We think it meets the criteria under both C1 and C2, not requiring a hardship for the C2 component, and we ask that you approve it. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Maureen?
Can we talk about the fence?
Yeah, the fence is a 4-foot fence. I think the landscape architect talked about the material, but your ordinance does allow front yard fences of 4 feet. That does meet pool code compliant requirements. All the gates would be opening to the out, would open out away from the pool, which is also pool code compliant. And the fencing would be designed with no toe holes, no openings greater than I think it's 2 inches on a vertical floor, whatever the code is. We would certainly meet the full code, and it does not need variance relief for the fence. That would really define not only a safe area for the pool, but define the area that the kids are playing on the property.
Anything else?
No, there's nothing else.
Okay, from the board.
Yeah, I have a question. Just confirming the fence is going to be cedar? Is that correct on?
That's right.
Okay. And then the gate for the fence, so there's no path going in, it's basically just going to be across grass?
That's right.
What's going to prevent, if you have a lot of traffic there, what's going to keep the grass from getting worn out?
Don't anticipate a lot of traffic on there, on the gate,
You have to use the microphone, I'm sorry.
We don't anticipate a lot of traffic through that gate, more maintenance than anything else. We anticipate most of the traffic coming through this gate. If you go to sheet L3, there's an image of what the fencing materials will look like. And on sheet L2, there's a rendering of what this gateway will look like. L2 in the lower left corner. That's this gate here. Anticipate most of the foot traffic will come through this gate.
Just part of your packet, so let's just hand it out. So that's on that second page,
Mhm.
bottom
Yep.
left corner.
That's a rendering of what this approach will look like, and this, don't anticipate a lot of traffic coming through that gate.
Any other questions?
I have a question for the planner. You referenced other pools in the area that, within a 500-foot radius of this house, sort of the scale of the pools. Were those pools, do you have a list of those pools? Were they installed, did they require a variance? Do they comply? Because I feel like using that as an example, it's not a really good reference point without knowing whether those pools, comply. Do they meet the setback, all of those things? It's sort of,
I apologize for not, I wasn't able to get an aerial image like I used on the previous application. It wasn't informative on the house because when the photo was taken, it was just completely, the property was empty. But I just kind of did a cursory glance, and most of the pools I've done, most of the work we do in Summit does not require variances, so we try not to come here when possible. But most of the pools we do tend to be between 20 and 40 and 23, 25 by 45 to 50 feet where possible. In the R15 zone, they tend to be more 20 by 30. 20 by 30. So here, we've got a pool that's 15, the water surface 15 by 29, I think it was. So it is smaller than the pools that we usually do in the area. And again, we don't do too many that get to be the 13 by 13 size. It's not a size that we often see in pools, and it becomes a functional, and people just decide not to do the pool that way.
well, I think that's because it's sort of an after-the-fact design of the house, because if this had been incorporated, again, similar to the porch, as part of the initial design, the pool could have been rotated 90 degrees, and sure, maybe it would be 13 feet wide instead of 15, or deep, whatever you want to say, but it could have been longer. The footprint of the house might have been designed differently, the patio might have been designed differently. What I see here is this pool your patio is not constructed, this pool could be pivoted, and you could have, less patio and be closer to meeting those setback requirements. That's just,
Yeah,
why
as
I'm
I said,
asking.
I would also have the more active zones, would be closer to the neighbors on both sides. Yeah, you certainly could have. This is not, I think regardless, this is the most functional place for a pool to be on the property regardless of this house. I think we still would have looked at doing, when this becomes your usable yard, I think it makes the most sense to place the pool in this direction. And as I said, this 2 times the average setback is, it's a good metric for keeping for the accessory structure from getting too close to the front yard. But in these kind of conditions, I think that there really is no negative impact, and the positives outweigh, including for the neighbors. If we were to try to stuff that into that zone there, I think probably the client may not do a pool at all, but if they were to try to fit it into there, I think it's actually less beneficial to the neighbors on both sides. It'll be less usable, less functional.
Well, what about the setback for the neighbors behind, where it's only 16 feet?
Well, the minimum is 15 feet.
It's 15,
But
so.
but that's the quiet section. So we've got the sun shell, which is the only 2 inches deep, so you can put a chair in it. And you've got the entry that's another 6, 7 feet further. And the main play area pools that move further away toward Robin Hood Road. So it keeps it away from that 15-foot setback and moves it into an area that's really analogous to the center line of the house.
So that's considered not a rear yard, that's considered a side yard?
It's a side yard. yeah.
Behind the pool?
Yep.
Even though it's not, it's parallel to the street?
Yeah,
Okay.
you have 2 front yards and 2 side yards. There is no technical rear yard.
I think what you're saying is that if we had these 2 elements when you decided to do this up front, when this whole project was started, we'd have a different house.
We'd have a different house, but I think we've had the same variance for the same pools. I would have recommended the best, and I think I've worked with Mr. Clark before, I think that we would both agree that the best orientation, if this house were 5 feet shorter and it was 5 feet shorter and it was narrower this way, I think we'd still be looking for the best orientation for the pool. On this site, given the usable yard that's left on a corner lot with 2 large setbacks, I think that's the best orientation. Whether we don't need a coverage variance, there's no limit on accessory structures, we're well under encumbered, so I don't think that's, I think this is just the best plan. So whether maybe we muddy the water by coming with the front porch, or really the front porch is what the applicant decided to go for the variance and said, well, let's think about the pool now. When we looked at the pool, that was always the best orientation of the pool. So whether the house was smaller or accommodated the porch without the need for deviation, I think that's the best location. I think the landscape architect agreed.
Was there any plan when you originally bought the property to put in a pool, or is this just?
This was, sorry. Similar to the porch, this was an 11th hour decision, if you want to call it that. This, again, and I hear all of your concerns and appreciate them around the timing and sequencing here, and I get it. If this wasn't the first home that I built, perhaps I would have done it differently. But I appreciate you hearing, we tried to be very thoughtful in how we approach this, given the timing and sequencing. And I think often to my detriment, I care more about what the neighbors feel than I would feel. And I try to take that all into consideration, how we thought about the porch, how we thought about the landscaping, and also the layout of the pool. So, yes, to answer your question directly, it was.
Well, as long as you brought it up, have you talked to your neighbors?
I have. My neighbors that sit on this side, they have 2 children that are my age. And I talk to them regularly, and we're having dinner with them next month. And they verbally are fully supportive of all the decisions that we're making here. Obviously, they were notified via mail as they need to be, but I spoke to them as well, and they were verbally supportive. And text was, "You have my support." So they understand, and obviously they're living through the construction, which I feel bad about. But we tried to be as thoughtful as we could about this, and I promised them if a pool is approved and you're all willing, I'll have his kids over every day. So, anyway, I didn't take them back.
I have one more question about that, just in terms of the, sort of now you're at this point where the house is almost finished. Typically, in modern architecture plans, there's massing done, 3D massing, right? And you can do sort of a float around, walk through of the house before. Did you do a 3D massing?
No. I'll answer that question directly.
Well, I think the architect would know if you used that, type of.
We did not. As
Okay.
a 33-year architect, I do a lot by hand, so I do some hand renderings. We actually are doing them now. I have some younger people who are beginning to do 3D modeling, but no, we didn't employ that here.
Any other questions on the board? Any questions from the public? Okay, are there any other, did I get to you?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure I didn't leave you out. I'm getting, okay. Any other witnesses? Do you have anything to say to us as a wrap-up or a
I don't
summary?
need to take up any
or-
more of your time, but I very much appreciate your time and consideration tonight, so thank you.
Okay. Conditions and votes needed.
Yes, I have 2 conditions noted. First, our usual compliance with those conditions noted in the board engineer's memorandum. And we also raised that the applicant shall submit the landscaping plan to the city forester for review and approval. And because these are C variances, no D variances are sought, they would need 4 affirmative votes to approve the application this evening.
Okay. Who would like to begin?
I will begin reluctantly. I love the landscape plan. I think that's It's fantastic. I think this house presents as a very big house when you drive up to it, when you come from the service road and turn onto Essex. When I see this porch, I feel like it actually adds to the mass, doesn't take away from the look of the mass of the house to me. I'm not seeing the porch here. And the pool, I could probably be persuaded about with the setbacks, but the porch is just not, I don't know, I'm having a hard time with that one.
I'll make some comments, because I'm still not sure how I feel about the whole application. I think it's always unfortunate to see an older house go, and just parenthetically, I might note that if we had been here before the house was demolished, this hearing might have gone very differently, just so you all know. I think adding the front porch is an attractive, positive thing for the house. But I agree, I'm not happy about the size of it, but looking at the diagram, when I forget who was the planner or the architect showed it, I was trying to picture, and I'm not an architect, obviously, how we could cut it down that it wouldn't throw off the balance of the house, and I couldn't quite picture that, but I'm still troubled by the size of it. I'm just not sure what the solution is there. I'm okay with the alignment and location of the pool. I'm convinced that it is better for the neighbors the way it's aligned, even though that does drive, an extra variance. I love the landscaping plan. I think that's one of the best plans I've seen, especially for screening a pool. So I think whatever the alignment of the pool is, the neighbors aren't going to see it. A lot of the noise is going to be muffled by those very tall trees there. I don't see any negative impact on the neighbors from that, so that I'm not troubled by at all. I'm just still torn about the porch, but I don't have a good solution, because I don't see how it can be cut without throwing off the balance of the house. But I'm open to hear what other people think.
I was going to say, I echo most of what you say, Mr. Yuko. And what, the house without the porch looks bald. It reminds me of nothing so much as the house next to Reeves Reed, which basically looks like the dormitory of a New England college. And that's the after. They spent an evening with historic preservation, improving the project. So I think this is going to be a hold my nose and say yes, simply because I think for the benefit of the neighborhood, not having the porch would end up being an architectural detriment. And I do hope you learn the joy of sitting on your front porch with a cup of coffee, reading in the morning. Even though you say you won't use it, you do engage with the neighbors that way. But the whole variance creep bothers me a lot. We see way too much of that. And, like you, I don't have a good answer for it.
Is it?
Go ahead.
I'll just add, it needs a porch. There's, I walk by this probably your home, once a week, and it needs something. I don't know about the size of it. What I struggle with a little bit is the sequencing of everything. And I agree with the pool. I think the landscaping plan is, it offsets any of that real concern. But even things like, 6 feet plus a few inches, why even present that? Just make it 6 feet, right? There's a few asks here that we're wrestling with, and it feels like most of it is sequencing. But I also understand, it will be a nicer home certainly with the porch, and I do think the neighbors would appreciate having a porch. So, similar to you, it's like I'm kind of reluctantly supportive, but yeah.
Allison?
I agree that without the porch, it needs help. It needs something. It really does. And I mean, I'm not that visual, but even seeing a one-dimensional picture, I think you could tell that there was something needed on the original plan. So even if you didn't have the 3D plans, I can't support both the porch and the pool. I feel like the porch is to help the neighbors to get some charm back into this structure. The pool area, the fact that the fence is all the way up, you know, by the street, even though it's allowed, and the big tall arborvitaes, I just feel like there's a better way. I don't support the pool area. If the pool's not there, you don't need the fence up by the street. I just feel like you can soften it up over there too, whereas the way it is now, it's gonna be, it's not a hard wall, but it's a wall of arborvitaes, and I've seen them. They're just, it's just like, you know, it's not, there's no charm there, so I would support the porch, like I said, just because it needs it, but not the pool, not both.
We're not splitting this. This is a all or nothing, right?
Oh, I was just gonna ask
The vote
that.
would
You
be-
can't divide it into
Up to
parts.
the applicants on how they want to present it. If they want to request both
Okay.
aspects of the application, they can charge ahead with that request.
Okay.
If I
Any other-
could pipe in, like the rest of my cohorts up here, I struggle with the sequence. I just got done with a renovation at a house, and I sat down with the architect, and we talked, and I relied on the architect as the expert. I'm a little troubled by the sequence, I really am. Obviously, the house would look 1,000% better with the porch, no doubt about it. It's a corner lot, and maybe I'll get in trouble for saying this, but that's kind of what I do. I get myself in trouble. Some lots just aren't designed to hold a lot of things. I'm not saying this is one of them, but I'm struggling with the sequence. That being said, I feel, and maybe our board attorney can correct me for this, I feel like we're kind of cornered. Because we're damned if we do, because we're going over what we're allowed, and damned if we don't, because then are we jeopardizing the look of the neighborhood? So,
And so I'll note, just to address some of the comments on sequencing, timing, you know, the
that
fact that
has
it's
nothing to
coming
do
to
with
us
this,
at
yeah.
this stage,
I get
right?
it.
The board here's the application as it's
Right.
presented. It does not necessarily matter, you know, whether it could have
Yep.
been different from the get-go, whether it could have been a different application. We are here to rule on this
Correct.
application as it stands.
and that's why I kind of tried to touch on, the overage of the porch. You know, we're over what we're allowed to do. So I'm struggling with this whole process, but in the lieu of being as fair as I can be, I will support this project. Contrary to my comments. Because I think it's going to be it's just where do you go from here?
Well, not all the facade is up in the front yet either, so there is some opportunity to sort of revisit the look of the front of the house, just by taking a look at, you know, what else can you do with the facade besides the porch? You know, having gone through recent renovation and construction, you know, the variation in building materials, you know, flipping siding, all the different things that people do, different colors of material, instead of having everything all one color, bringing in stone. There are other things that can be done to break it up and add interest. So I'm still not sold
I'm
on the
going
porch.
to ask the applicants, do they feel that if given additional time, they could come up with something different that might ameliorate some of the issues with the, or do you wish to have us go ahead tonight?
I think on the front porch, and I don't know if this addresses some of the concerns, but if what's helpful is reducing the size of it by 3-4 inches, whatever that may be, to get comfort on the scale, that's certainly something we'd be open to. I'm happy to offer that up tonight, or however best to proceed under that measure.
I'm not quite sure how people would,
Well,
That would still have us over on the building coverage, though.
but the front yard setback would be, it would be reducing the porch 6 feet, which basically gives you,
But it still counts towards building coverage.
it would, yeah, but, okay, I'm thinking with the setback, cutting the width of the front porch 6 feet doesn't give you a front porch, it gives you a front plank.
Well, I don't know if he was talking inches. You're talking inches here.
He's
You're
talking inches.
Just go to
Okay.
6 foot.
Yeah, thank you.
It would be exactly 6 feet as
6
opposed to
foot,
6
yeah.
foot 3 inches, whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But the width,
The
the
width
length would be the same.
Yeah.
The length would be the same, it would be,
So at least it meets the encroachment allowance, if that
So
makes sense.
technically, it still would need the variance because
Correct.
it's over the size
Over
allowed for the
150
porch
square feet, yeah.
encroachment. But yes, it would be within that.
and I don't know how you
hypothetical
tell the
figure.
difference of 6 inches from 50 feet
Right.
away.
Yeah.
Personally, I don't know.
Yeah.
My eyesight isn't that good.
Well, but the 6 inches only counts if the porch itself is a grand total of 50 square feet.
Correct.
Right.
So that's
The
a
overall length.
difference without a distinction.
Correct.
Any other comments from board members?
Well, I think if you take a house like this, as big as it is, and you put something in there that's too small, to me, it's gonna look worse than putting something that fits appropriately, because the house is so big. So I don't know how, I mean, putting something smaller and it looks out of place, to me, doesn't serve a point.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm actually think I'm getting more comfortable with the porch. I'm not sure the 3 inches, appreciate the offer. I'm not sure I'm not sure that addresses the concerns, but given what the house is, like I said, if we were here, when the old house was still there, this might have been a very different hearing, but as Mr. Ball said, that's not the hearing we're having. I think I've become more comfortable with the porch. I'm not happy about it, but I think given the reality of the situation, I can't picture a change that wouldn't wouldn't throw off the balance of the way the house is. I'm not happy about saying that, but I think that's where I am now. And like I said, I'm not troubled by the pool. The pool I'm very comfortable with.
Well, based upon everything you've heard, does someone wish to offer a motion?
I'll move to approve with the conditions as outlined earlier.
Okay, is there a second?
Did we read through the conditions?
Yes, we did.
Yes.
Could
Yes,
you
we
read
did.
them one more time? I'm sorry.
Yes, yeah. We are, our usual compliance with the conditions noted in the board engineer's memorandum. And as you requested, the applicant shall submit the landscaping plan to the city forester for review and approval.
Okay.
And you're agreeable to those?
Yes.
Okay,
Well, I'll second. I didn't hear anybody second.
okay, we have a second.
Chairman Steiner,
Yes.
Mr. Yuko,
Yes.
Mr. Nelson,
Yes.
Ms. Zahn,
No.
Mr. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Malay,
Yes.
Ms. Toth.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Congratulations. Again, I'd say the same thing, read the resolutions. Okay, we are going to take a break, and I think the attorney for the other may wish to talk to our attorney relative to time, because we have other business to do as well, and we normally try to get out of here. And I'm not sure if you want to start tonight, or, so we will take a 5-minute, we'll be back here at 3 minutes to 10. So. have to do that for the guys in the back. Okay, we are back in session, and we're going to try and see how much we can get in between now and 10:30. And we will
Thank you, and I do appreciate the board's indulgence. I know it's late. Certainly, I will be as quick as I possibly can. You don't want to hear from me. But just to remind the board, we're here for a continuation of a public hearing that started on January 3rd for pool and outdoor living improvements at the Egg Valley residence on 259 Summit Avenue. The variance we're seeking is a steep slope variance. We heard the testimony at the last meeting, the questions, the comments of the board, and we're going to do our best to present a picture that makes sense as to what's being done, why it's being done, and why we think it's appropriate. So first, I would like to recall Jason Bruno, who was sworn at the last meeting, to go over some of the visual exhibits that we have showing what the pool will look like.
Before we do that, just one double check on everyone has either read or, because it was, we didn't have a quorum without people reading and signing off. Do we have?
I was just going to ask Mr. Paul, I was not here January 3rd, so I did not know that we started the hearing, so I have not read the transcript, and I've not seen a video, so.
So you cannot vote, and I believe Ms.
I also
Zahn-
did not read the entire transcript. I was here January 3rd. I did not.
This was back in November. It was
So this is back in
November
November.
6th, I
Oh,
think.
okay.
My apologies. It was continued to January, and then we pushed it to tonight.
So there was no testimony January 3rd?
No, there was no
That's correct.
testimony
Then I'm-
January
then I'm
3rd. The
good.
testimony was back in November.
I double-checked. I checked for you. You're fine, Tom. The only one who won't be eligible is Miriam.
Okay,
Okay.
all right.
So we have enough.
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that the applicants knew that they had a full board. Okay.
I'll note for the record, you were previously sworn, you remain under oath in this application.
Mr. Bruno, if you would just provide the board with a summary of the modifications that have been made and what the renderings do depict.
Grab the other microphone if you would.
And make sure it's on.
Yeah. No? There it is.
One of the concerns and issues that came up was the barrier requirement around the pool. The pool is being retained by a wet laid retaining wall, and as you can see in these pictures, we're proposing as the barrier, we're proposing a 3-foot-high boxwood hedge. It's one of the densest plantings that we can offer. And you can clearly see on the bottom along the edges, the boxwood hedge defines the whole edge of the pool. The deepest water depth in the far end of the pool is 6 feet. 4-foot water depth requires a swim out. So we're proposing a swim out. You might not be able to see it, but there's a swim out in that far corner. So you could have egress out of the pool and then stepping stones lead into the main patio there. So there's ample width of planting bed to get these large boxwoods in that would serve as a barrier. So that was one of the concerns that came up, which I believe has been approved. And one of the other issues was along the rear property line. We were proposing the fence to be about 3 feet in from the property line, and we were showing a single man gate to access the 3 feet for maintenance and so on. What we've done now is we've pushed that fence to the rear property line within 6 inches of the property line,
and just flip-flop the boulders and the fence. This way, there is no need anymore for a man gate. It's just all pool-compliant fence across the back, property line. And that also handles the grading. This photo's a little bit dark, but you can see the fence and the boulders, and we tried to illustrate the grading the best we could. The pool equipment is located below the retaining wall, is going to be screened as requested with some 4 to 5 foot tall skip laurels, and also a fence to help buffer any noise or visuals that may be considered negative. So that's been addressed as well. Up behind the driveway, there are 2 existing seepage tanks behind the driveway. And we were proposing layers of plantings, a 6-foot privet hedge, and then arborvitaes. We've eliminated the arborvitaes because the location of them came into question in proximity to the seepage tank, so we've eliminated that one layer. So from a landscaping perspective, I think those are most of the key issues that we've addressed. And I'm sure Rudy, the engineer, will testify for some of the stormwater issues that we've addressed as well. Happy to take any questions or.
Yeah, so we still have our forester who is, he's very rarely uses the kind of language, I've seen the update report, he's still opposed to the application because of disturbing, getting rid of all the trees and what have you. And I'm a little torn about how to proceed with this, because normally we would him to approve a landscaping. If we were to approve this, we want him to approve the landscaping plan. Mr. Wall, I'm curious what you think. I mean, if we approve this and we condition it on this plan being approved by Mr. Linson, where does that leave him and us?
Yeah, so I guess you can limit the scope of what he is asked to review, perhaps just certain plantings, or, if you think he's prone to oppose it and the board would be prone to approve it, or, there's some disconnect there, we can specify that request to him on the aspects of it that we're asking him to review and approve.
Okay, because I'm not saying I'm approving this. I'm not saying I'm not approving this. I'm just saying, if we approve it, I'd like to have Mr. Linson review and approve the plan, if we get to that point where it's approved.
Yep.
Okay.
We can work
May
on
I
that.
just say, in lieu of the proposed trees to be removed, we are proposing 6 large shade trees, that would comply to the forester's
So
list of
maybe
approved trees.
and maybe he'll be okay with that. I mean, I'm just saying, yeah. I don't know.
I do have a question about
Sure.
the trees, because it's a lot of trees coming, it's every tree on the
Yeah.
property. And some of them are being taken down to put a soil stockpile. I kind of think that there might be another way around that. Also, I noticed that if you're facing the house from the street, to the left of the house, to the left of the wall, the masonry block wall, there are trees that are being removed that they're really not impacting, it's not about the construction, right? It's not about the pool, they're not in the way, they're not for the stockpile. I'm assuming it's because you don't want any canopy over the porch or something?
That's
Or can you
Correct,
tell
yeah,
us
that's
a
a good
little more about that?
observation. Some of the trees clearly are in the way of construction and grading, and seepage tanks. The 2 that you just pointed out to the left of the house, the left rear corner of the house,
We have 3.
are extremely large tulip poplars, and their health has already declined significantly. There are large dead limbs in the canopy already, and if there is a storm, they are very close to the house and present a safety concern for the homeowners. But it's kind of now or never. It would be very difficult once this project is built to remove those trees in the very near future, and they will need to be removed. They are in decline, so.
Have you had a conversation with Mr. Linson?
We've offered to meet him on site, and he declined our offer, so we wanted to do that. So I'm assuming this issue will come up during the permitting process if the board approves the variance. But that was our goal, was to walk the property with him, explain the project to him, let him know that we're very willing to supplement, you know, the yard with new shade trees and do whatever we can to work with him.
And certainly, we would comply with whatever recommended species he has for the property. I know he offered up a list of specific plantings and trees.
I have a question on the, when you mentioned the two seepage tanks that are there now. I don't know, is that just a place for that?
Ask the question.
Um,
We'll tell you.
More for an engineer, because I'm not an expert in this category. Being that this structure is getting, it's pretty close to where those two tanks are. Does that affect the effectiveness of that tank working?
The retaining wall?
We can, he has yet to testify, or he has?
Yeah, no, Mr. Holzman will testify. and I
Okay,
think
then
can
we'll hold
address-
that question for him.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
I have a question. You a tree, like, wait, I'm sorry, did you speak to a tree expert, like there's tree doctors, or, I mean, you're
Yeah.
a landscaper, but did you talk
Yeah,
to people?
so Alpine Tree is a certified
Mhm.
arborist, does a lot of work in Summit,
Yep.
Short Hills, Chatham, and he knows the forester very well. So we will be bringing him in to do the removals. And he has seen the trees. He's gone out and analyzed the health of the trees, and also has a concern with the canopy decline on some of them. So we have consulted with an arborist.
Did they recommend the trees be removed?
Yes, there's limbs up in the canopy that are the size of small trees, you know, so clearly they pose an ongoing hazard, and it seems that possibly they're in decline from possibly previous construction practices, previous owners, we don't know, but it's very clear that there are, you know, dead.
But they didn't recommend any pruning? I mean, I've had arborists at my house, and they said these trees, you know, a tree that does not look good, they've actually said, no, we're not gonna take it down. I mean, they've
Yeah.
been concerned, so I'm just wondering, they've,
Their analysis is that this is a continual process, it's not just, you know, like a one-time, it's done and over, and the trees are going to be, rebound. Those two large tulip poplars, they're on a very steep slope there on the left side of the house. So his recommendation was to not prune them because of the ongoing safety concern, just, you know, remove them, and we would be obligated to, and happy to oblige to, you know, plant some new trees. So.
Do you have a report from him about those recommendations?
I don't, but I'm sure I could get one.
My thought is maybe we hold this thought right now, finish the rest of whatever testimony we can get in between now and 10:30, and if indeed we do have a delay between now and, I think, whatever the date may be, that would provide an opportunity for the two arborists to get together, Mr. Linson, et cetera, and we can indicate to him that we want his opinion, not walking on it and not telling people I'm not going.
The
We're asking
arborist
to do that.
and Mr. Linson already have spoken to each other about this
Well,
project.
but
Okay.
they have to, but we want him on the site and get his, you know,
Sure.
a little bit more than we have here, I have a feeling is what we're looking for, and we can request it.
Can I interject? I'm under oath from last time. Ramin Iqbali.
I'm sorry, you are?
Ramin Iqbali, I'm the homeowner.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yes, sorry about
Go
that.
ahead.
So look, as far as the trees are concerned, we believe the trees have to go anyway. We've already spent thousands of dollars cutting down and removing pieces that have been torn down by storms. They're right over my daughter's bedroom, and we simply can't risk it. So whether this project was going to happen or not, those trees are going to have to be removed, whether the arborist agrees or not, because they are fundamentally a danger to the home and to my family. They must go. So it's not a part of this project. There are a few other trees, to Ms. Zahn's point, that do have to go because, and they have to be sacrificed because of the project, but we are going to replace them to whatever recommendation we get by the arborist that's appropriate for this ecosystem. So I just wanted to mention that. It's not, these trees are not coming down because of the project. They're going to have to come down. They're slowly dying. That's apparent. Every storm we have, massive components of these trees are coming down already, and they're a danger to my family.
And I don't dispute that, I appreciate your concern. I think my interest would be, if we are inclined to approve this, to get Mr. Linson to approve this, say, okay, Mr. Linson, those trees are going, I know you don't want them to go, but they're going, hypothetically. How do you feel about this plan? That's kind of what I.
We completely
That's kind of
understand.
where we want to be, okay, and we,
And his lack of cooperation is elongating this process, and it's costing me, the house owner, an enormous amount of money, because people are continuing to have to come up with different reiterations, spend time on the phone trying to get in touch with him, so it's a detriment to the process.
I had a different question,
Go ahead.
because I was not here the first time. But thinking about sort of all these plantings in terms of safety. The hypothetical that concerns me is there's some family gathering, the doors to the patio get opened, the toddler wanders out and keeps wandering towards the pool. And what's going to stop that from happening?
From the house?
Yeah,
Well,
other than a vigilant parent.
yeah, the best way to prevent child pool drownings is adult supervision.
I mean, it's the whole purpose of the pool fence and the plantings and all of that is to prevent that sort of thing from happening, but when the house is open to the pool, what sort of safety is there?
There are door and window locks that can be put on. There are alarms that can be installed.
We already have alarms on the door,
Yeah.
and they're locked, so I understand your concern. I would have the same concern. I've had pools before, and as long as the fencing is to code and other people can be outside, I mean, if it's somebody who's at my home with my permission, then obviously that's where parental care, locks and emergency, and we've had, in my previous home in San Diego, we had.
Get him the
alarms on
microphone,
every
please.
door.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. We had alarms on every door, just because of that concern, because at that time my children were much smaller. So we had the same exact concern. So we can install, they have alarms that you can install that you can hear several hundred meters down the road. So I share with your concern and we'll take care of that.
I have one question. I don't know if this falls under the landscape plan. I mean, it's, because it's a little structure, but the fire pit under a roof, is that, that's not a code issue, fire code issue? Or is that,
There's
Well-
enough clearance. to-
okay, I'm
Yeah,
asking.
And the fire department,
There was no-
This is, I don't think they've seen the revision of this, so they haven't
They have
commented
not,
yet.
well, they haven't
They
answered.
didn't comment on this revision.
or did they not answer?
Was the fire pit under a roof in the initial one?
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
Oh,
were
okay.
you against,
So
so
it's the same.
is there
Okay.
anything in
Yeah.
the first one?
No, no.
There was no comment at all?
Okay.
building
No,
a
I
fire.
think that,
They're building
no,
a fire.
there was not. I'm
They're
remembering
building
a
a fire
comment on a
house.
different project.
Yeah, but they're building a fire.
Is it okay to ask President? Or you
Go.
wanna move forward with testimony?
Yeah, good,
Okay,
if you have a question right now,
Sure.
we've kind of broken protocol, let's do it.
This is for the swimming pool. In Krista Anderson's report about the pool and the swimming pool retaining walls, because of the height of the walls, she recommends a fence. In your response, there's no answer to her recommendations of a fence on top of the retaining wall. Am I reading her
Right.
thing
That fence or barrier
You
is
feel it-
being,
or
yes, the
plans?
boxwoods, yeah.
What prevents people from going through that, just walking around the wall?
The height,
I'll be honest with you, the first thing I do if I was an 8-year-old, I'd
Teenagers.
jump it off that wall.
the height and the density of the shrubs.
Any other questions?
That's all the questions I have for Mr. Bruno. Mr. Ball, I think we probably should mark the photo exhibits. I
Yes.
believe we're up to A2 and A3, if my notes are correct.
Does that sound right?
Yes.
Marie, you have any questions?
Well, I still have concerns about the lack of the fence around the retaining wall. I hear what you're saying. But, when I looked at the plans, it looked to me like they were 3-foot-high boxwoods. Now, if there was gonna be a pool fence up there, it would have been taller than that. I'm just picturing, and I know the idea is that, well, it's not a walking surface around that pool, so it doesn't really count, and it's not required to have a fence, but
This
going
shows,
back to Mr. Nelson's comment about, you know, if you're an 8-year-old up there and the other 8-year-old gets up and somebody pushes, boom, yeah, they're, you know,
yeah,
they're through that.
the beds are
So that's
4
what it's-
feet wide. So ample space to even walk, you know, through the boxwoods and not yet have the danger of falling off the wall. This kind of indicates that like maybe a toddler, and you could see that the boxwoods are almost shoulder height to, you know, a young child. So it really is I think, a very strong visual barrier and deterrent to keep people in the pool and on the patios.
How tall are those boxwoods again?
These would be 3 feet.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's 3 feet when planted.
Correct.
Okay.
And I kind of think maybe I might be overstepping my bounds a little bit, because it's just gonna go to a building code official, because if a building code official says that there needs to be a fence around the top, then there is. So I think I may be overridden on any of my concerns about that, so I just needed to make sure that I said something about it.
Wouldn't that trigger another variance though, if it has to be a 4-foot fence?
No, we can't give variances from the building code. So if it's a building code requirement that ultimately the construction official says, no, you need a fence, that's the final call on that. We can't override that.
Okay, any other questions for this witness from the board?
I have just one more, I think. The pool equipment, again, is there a screen for the view? You may have touched on it earlier.
Yes, there is.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
a fence and some shrubbery on one side. Yeah.
Okay, do me a favor, show everybody.
Oh,
So we're not,
You got these pictures,
So-
right?
Yeah, they should have been emailed. So it has the fence and shrubbery to soften the fence, the bottom picture.
okay. Any questions from the public? I like to see one person in the public section. Okay, seeing none, still got a few more minutes, go for it.
Mr. Holzman?
And I'll again note, previously sworn and credentials were accepted at the last hearing. You remain under oath.
Yes. Revised plans were submitted after the last meeting to address some of the concerns in the engineering review letter. And I guess just take a step back and address the stormwater. I'll just start briefly with the regional impacts to the neighbors, and then I'll talk about the site-specific on the plans, and then I'll summarize the geotech and structural reports and calcs that were done. All right, so this is 259 Summit Ave here. Here's the rear yard where the development is proposed, the pool and patio. This is uphill, the backyard area here, Wildwood and Summit Ave. Some of these rear yards currently drain to that culvert that was discussed last time. There were some concerns about the long-term maintenance of that and the condition. So instead of improving that or protecting it or reinforcing it, that's why we're proposing a 24-inch pipe to convey the water that currently drains through the backyards underneath 259 and then discharges to the bottom of the slope here. The next discharge point is to a head wall outside of the site today. I was able to see this head wall that's within an easement, carries drainage to the city storm sewer system.
I'm sorry, could you, I just want to make sure I'm following that.
So this is a topo map provided by the city of Summit, and I drew in, based on also the watershed mapping, the existing storm sewer right here, where the downstream area is, and then the upstream area, or uphill area, I should say, in that area. So that, we quantified what's going into our site, and then I could really talk about the site-specific stormwater and drainage, unless there's maybe a question now about the impact. You know, this is the overall impact, and this is the focus on the 24-inch pipe that's proposed to replace the culvert.
And this is a new exhibit?
Yes.
Yes.
We
Marked it as.
A4, which, Mr. Holzman, would you characterize that as a more regional map?
Yes.
So if I may ask a question, okay?
Well, let him finish his
Okay.
testimony, and then we'll get to questions. We'll go back to protocol.
So what I was just describing was, this is the uphill area, here's the downhill area, and what we talked about was the 24-inch pipe that's proposed underneath the pool, the walls, to connect to and provide drainage for mostly the neighbor next door, but also the rear yards in that area. Our dry wells, our new dry wells are proposed to offset the fill that's brought in to level out the yard and to ensure that the 100-year storm, there's no increase to that runoff as far as peaks and volumes go. And this dry well system in the backyard, we're collecting, this plan change involves directly connecting the pavilion roof drainage and the pool and patio area will be accommodated by this new dry well system. We have the existing dry well system here. We looked at maybe running drainage into that, but since that's size for a portion of the roof and driveway, we're going to leave that as it is, collect the area that it's collecting now, reroute the overflow away from the pool, and provide a stable discharge away from the proposed wall. The proposed improvements won't impact the existing function of that existing drainage system, and also the proposed walls and pool take into account the existence of this dry well, and there's no negative impact as far as the dry well system on the walls or the footings of the walls or the pool itself. So another concern that was talked about was the burial of the pipe and the installation of the pipe underneath the pool. I had a chance to talk to the manufacturer's representative, and we looked at the allowable cover tables, and we can see that the 1 foot minimum is provided, and we're within the maximum allowable fill or cover over the proposed pipe that's specified on the plan. So I think that really covers most of my testimony for stormwater and drainage. If there's any questions, of course, take those. And then just to summarize, geotech and structural calcs were prepared. I don't believe they were submitted for review yet 10 days in advance. However, they're consistent with, they were prepared at the time of the original design, and I know they're consistent with standard procedure as far as covering all the usual overturning, sliding, and all the forces that go into designing a retaining wall of this size. And as far as geotech, the recommendation there in the soils report that was prepared for the wall and pool construction, that concludes that the soil is suitable for the construction of the soil borings in the report. Both show that the soils are suitable for the pool and wall construction and not suitable for backfill, which we kind of discussed last time. So we're bringing in plan proposes crushed stone backfill behind the wall, which is located here. That's the bigger wall, and actually the whole distance of the wall would have the backfill. So I guess that would conclude and really what the changes are to the plan since we were last in front of the board.
Marie, you reviewed not this one or the one, because I see you've reviewed 3.
So
I've
reviewed this plan.
Is this number 3?
Well, so
Okay.
we have the original, then there was one revision, and then this is the second revision.
So you're calling this revision 3? You are in your report.
You did, Marie, you called it
Did I?
revision 3, but I called it revision 2, because I didn't count the.
Okay, I just wanted to know which,
Because they didn't see that first one, right?
No, well, I just considered it original, and then they did one revision. And
okay.
then
So
two.
there's a report from you that goes on for pages here,
Yes.
dated
And I called it-
January
I called
31st.
mine review 3, is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
Okay.
and that's
That is.
on this, that's on this plan.
That's on this plan.
Okay, because
Yeah.
he indicated that thought that what hadn't had a chance to be reviewed, so it has been.
That one has been reviewed.
Okay,
yes,
so I
correct.
turn it over to you for your questions.
Okay. So I reviewed the plan. I did speak to Mr. Holtzman about some of the things that were referenced on the plan, but, haven't been submitted, and he did reference that I don't have the structural plans for the wall. I have not reviewed that. So I obviously have concerns that I would say, oh, go ahead and, you can take a look at that. And I didn't see the soil report, actually, that was submitted at the end of the day on Friday, but I haven't had a chance to review that either. So there was, we talked about, can I have some ideas of volumes of backfill, just to kind of give the board an idea of what is suitable, what's not suitable, what kind of soils are we talking about, how much are we removing? I know you mentioned something just now about you talked to the manufacturer on the pipe and talked about the cover. Now, I know we went to that profile sheet, but there were no covers listed. I scaled it off. It looks like it's okay, but could you testify
Yes.
to that?
Yes. All right, yeah, so as part of this plan submission, we prepared a profile where the pipe starts on the neighbor's property and terminates at the head wall, existing head wall on 259 Summit Ave. So I have 14.9 feet is the maximum amount of cover from the top of the pipe to the pool coping. That's the dimension on the plan. And then the minimum recommended cover over the pipe, so it maintains its structural rigidity, is 1 foot. So we have that distance scaled is approximately 3 feet from the bottom of the stone to the top of the pipe. The bottom of the stone is the stone that's recommended as part of over-excavating by the geotechnical report and providing extra crushed stone below the footings and the pool itself. So that's also dimensioned to scale or drawn to scale on this profile.
I think one thing I just wanted to make sure the board recognized was the last time we looked at this, that pipe that was going underneath the pool was like an arch, right?
It was a custom-built, like, double brick arch on top of maybe a stone, channel that's been there quite a long time. That's what we could visually observe from the head wall at the downstream end.
So it's connecting to the next door neighbor at 255, right? The upstream part of that pipe that you're replacing is on the neighbor's property. and I'm unclear about what size that pipe was, because they had done some improvements to their property and rerouted that pipe on their property. Is that right? I mean, that's what was in the stormwater report. So it used to go straight across the yard, and now it takes some circuitous route?
No.
No?
No, I think the only pipe I'm referring to is one straight line pipe, that 20-inch. It's probably the standard size 21-inch, and that's what the neighbor replaced. His plan was to replace his pipe and then actually go into 259, which is what we believe happened in 2019. And he most likely installed a 21-inch pipe. What was measured in the field by the surveyor was 20. It's probably 21. So I don't think that's a significant, that's the same pipe. The 20-inch is the same pipe. That's not something different.
Okay, so what's on the neighbor's property, what daylight's over there, is that a 20-inch PVC, or is that a 21-inch?
That's what was
HDPE,
observed
or-
by the surveyor at the time.
Okay.
I went out there today, and I see an HDPE flared end head wall pre-manufactured. I couldn't measure it. It's too far onto his property, and there was a fence there, but that looks like a stable condition at the upstream side there, where he's maintaining it. He has stone around it, and I could see that there's a flared end section there.
So I think at the last meeting, the neighbor had come and asked questions about, is this pipe gonna influence anything that's happening on their property? They have some pumps that are going into that pipe, and that this is important to the functioning of their system too. Who owns this pipe on this property? What do we know about this?
As far as ownership goes, there's no easements that we could find or associated with the city-approved 2019 plan that I reference. So the ownership is what's on the neighbor's property is his, and what's on our property, 259 here, is owned by the property owner.
Okay. Who's in charge of the maintenance of it then?
I think the status quo of maintenance would be the property owner of, the neighbor is in charge of his side, what the portion is, even though it's one conveyance system, and then the homeowner of 259 is responsible for the pipe on his property.
And what about the outlet? Can you talk about where that's going? It's going to a head wall. It mentions on the plans that you have to modify the head wall a little bit.
Based on the size, yeah, inspecting the head wall today, it's stone and brick. It'll have to be modified just by reducing it. The exact method probably would be just concrete to reduce the size, or the same backfill that we're using, which is crushed stone on top of the pipe that's going to, be between the pipe and all the way up to grade or the bottom of the pool.
Was there any thought about maybe either one, rerouting that, or two, putting like a haunch over the top of it, making a little bridge over the top of the pipe at all?
Yeah, I think that bridge was maybe considered originally as part of the reinforcement of what's there now, but that span of concrete and volume of concrete ended up being a more impactful process. A better design would be, since they're already excavating for the pool, just to go farther down and install the new pipe, connect to where I'm showing the existing 21-inch pipe was previously installed, as part of the 2019 project. As a continuation of that, just keep running it underneath, because we're already excavating there. We looked at rerouting it around the pool, but trenching down that much and the proximity to dry wells, it possibly could also impact maybe a tree on one of the trees in the back. I'm not certain. But that was considered, but right now this is the preferred option.
What about the outlet for that pipe? Where does the water go to now? Is it going to change where it's discharging to at all?
No, it's going to discharge to the same exact point and continue on to, on the little key map actually, we could see the easement. It'll continue on to the head wall at that location, where we wouldn't expect any change in volume or rate to stormwater runoff from this project.
Do you have a lot more questions at this point, or just a few? As I look at the clock. Would this be a good chance?
Just checking. I think I'm okay for now.
What? You're
I think I'm
okay
okay for now.
Okay, and this, I have a feeling, is an appropriate point to, well, let me ask the board, how many questions have we got from up here to this witness?
Well, I had some about the septic, storage tanks. But it might get involved. 'Cause,
Okay, you think that would be involved?
Well, I'm not sure.
Okay, ask the question. We'll
Well,
see
the
whether or
first
not it's
question I
gonna be
had
a
was,
long.
I'm not, does the structure going next to these two tanks up at the bottom of the driveway, are they affected by a structure being put next to it? Because these things have to have a certain amount of mass area to percolate out to, right? And you're cutting that off on the one side.
It percolates down. Soil testing was done as part of, this lot development for this newer house. And at that time, the soil testing was done, and we provided all the calcs. Actually, I was directly involved in that project, so I'm confident that the proximity of the improvements isn't going to impact the drywall itself.
And this
It's
was-
approximately 22 by 11 feet. It's scaled, pretty much drawn to scale within that fence where you see
And
it.
then it looks like you're looking to put 3 more down at the bottom
Correct.
of that hill?
Right.
And that was my other question, because when I was there, down there was really wet.
Yeah, we dug test pits and determined that there's no seasonal high water table within 2 feet
do
of
they
the
work?
bottom of our drywall.
You're basically gonna be putting a tank into water.
That's not what the soil test showed, though. I understand what you saw visually. I don't disagree with you at the surface. But, when we dug down, we could see that, and we took soil samples and did
Because I
perk
did
testing
see
to
on that
show.
report, because I did read through it when it got sent out today, and it did say where they were hitting water.
Those are the geotech reports.
I
and
thought
they-
I read in there somewhere where some of the digging they did hit water.
Yeah, but I think their water probably is 12 to 16 feet down in the pool area where they dug. Where we dug at the lower area, my soils testing in my report shows that the water table is, where the groundwater is not within 2 feet of the bottom. So it's designed in accordance with the standards it needs to be.
Okay.
Okay, other questions from the board?
Well, it just sounds like in any event, this is, if we were to approve this, this is where we'd want to maintain stormwater jurisdiction for a couple of years.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yep.
We already had that noted as a
Okay.
condition last time.
Okay,
I-
thank you.
I do have one question about this,
Go ahead.
because I think from the prior testimony, Mr. Iqbali, is that saying your name right? Had mentioned that, the reason for this is obviously twofold, for the enjoyment of your family for this project and also for the safety. And I think that part of the safety concern had to do with sort of that like hump in the backyard, and then there's like a cliff and a drop off. Those dry wells are going into that really low area. And I can't tell from here if you're changing any of the grading. How much fill are you putting on the property, and how is that, how is that gonna be graded relative to the neighbors?
Yeah, we are filling, but we're not taking away the low point. So there's an inlet here that allows, it's mostly the backyard from the
From
house
the
directly.
house behind it,
Yeah,
uphill,
on Wildwood. So we're maintaining that drainage, and then the other drainage from this direction is maintained with the pipe. But as far as, this is regraded, and
So these topo lines are representing the fill, the new fill, not the
Yes.
existing? Okay.
correct, the darker solid lines. And in my stormwater report, detailed calculation showed what the existing volume was of that depression area and proposed volume. By reducing the grades, we're offsetting that with the volume in the dry wells.
Well, we really haven't had a chance to read that report, as we just got it today, right?
No, the stormwater report's something different. That was
Oh.
reviewed, and there's,
Okay. All right, any other questions?
So you're saying the dry wells volume will equal what's currently being used right now? if
yeah, the
not
dry wells
greater?
in combination with the depression that remains. We're not filling in that whole depression.
Okay.
It's a portion of it to create somewhat of a usable backyard where that, really steeper depression exists.
Any questions from the public? Don't see any. We've gone 15 minutes over where we normally do. How much further do you have?
That was all the affirmative testimony we had.
Okay. Do you want to keep going, guys, or do you
What
want
is
to
the,
adjourn this for
what
another
about
day?
the forester part?
What?
I mean, is this going to have to be adjourned no matter what, because we're having the forester?
I don't know.
meet-
We haven't
Yeah.
decided that.
Okay.
We
That's what I
held
was trying to
it.
understand.
We kind of
Yeah.
held it to see where we would go, and and I thought that if we were going to adjourn it, it gave an opportunity for the forester to change his position and go out with everybody. But if we're at the point where, and I have a feeling the applicant would love to have a decision tonight if I'm reading his facial expression properly.
If we're looking at, a decision tonight, then I have a couple questions. I thought,
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. With all due respect to Mr. Chairman and the board members, it's way past my bedtime. So I'm just thinking if we can come to a decision, maybe there's some provisions, I don't know.
Okay, then we
But,
have
I
a
don't
few
wanna
more
hold
questions to
anybody to
ask,
that.
and let's ask them and go from there.
So maybe this has come up before, but I'm a little concerned about this dual ownership of this pipe that goes through these 2 yards, and one neighbor's responsible for one half, and the other neighbor's responsible for the other half. What if one neighbor decides, I'm not gonna bother fixing it? What happens? I mean, maybe this has come up before, I just don't remember.
Because there's no easement, it's not recorded, it's not a formal designation of responsibilities. As described, it's, the portion that's on the owner's, the applicant's property, it's their responsibility. The portion that's on the neighbor's property is their responsibility. If one were to fail in their, requirement to maintain it and it affected the neighbor would have the ability to bring a private action to sue for damages, against the property owner. But aside from that, there's nothing more formal in place.
If I may, I think it's a great question.
Yeah.
So I think this is where maybe common sense would prevail. It's my property. I don't want the infrastructure to fail that we're building above this pipe, which is why we've gone to great lengths to investigate the best option. We did consider the circumventing the structure, but as it turns out, this high-density pipe buildings are built on top of it, so it seems like a reasonable option. I've spoken to my neighbor. He was here testifying last time, and so we wanted to be sensitive to the fact that we are in an area where there is just this gradual slope on down to a small lake or pond, whatever you like to call it. So I think it's in the best interest of me as the property owner who's invested a significant amount of money to live in this town to maintain the integrity of that drainage, both for myself and for my neighbor on both sides.
So I'm trying to picture the geography of here. You're kind of the downhill neighbor?
So yes, it's a sort of a stepwise, yes.
So if the uphill neighbor, if he has line collapses, gets clogged, whatever, let's say near your property line,
Right.
and the water I don't know what would happen. I assume the water would go somewhere and probably end up on your property somewhere on the surface. You know, but Mr. Ball says you would have then a legal action against the neighbor to fix it, so.
Yep.
I mean, that's the nightmare I was trying to see how
I could
we
see from a
address.
practical point of view, if that pipe failed, it would reach this proposed inlet here, which is the low point of this particular depression. You know, there's a smaller depression that collects drainage within the neighbor's property right there. But it would end up here before it affected any structure. All the structures are up higher. It would end up there and into the new drywall system, which could overflow to the bottom of the slope. So that's kind of looking at a worst-case scenario, not a, you know, responsibility, just what I would think would happen based on topography if the neighbor's pipe was not working.
Okay.
Not working, he chose not to take care of it, and it's a different neighbor who's not as kind.
But that scenario
as the
could be,
one you have now.
that could be identified and remedied, you know, at some point, but I can't speak to the.
I think a home is only as good as your neighbours.
Well, yeah.
It could be a disaster, I agree with you, but,
I mean, what,
Right
and
now, I have
water,
a great
water's a nightmare.
and water's a nightmare, yes.
We all know that. The other question I had, you know, we got this soil report today, and honestly, I haven't read it. Is there anything of significance, and you haven't had a chance to read it?
No, no, I haven't.
So why did we get this today? Do we know why this came to us today?
Yeah, I was under the impression that had already been submitted. We learned recently it hadn't, so we got it in as quickly as we were aware it had not been submitted.
I mean, so I don't know if there's a nightmare, another nightmare in here that we should be concerned about. I have no idea.
I had a chance to read it today, and I wouldn't characterize anything as out of the ordinary, except, you know, the recommendation to bring in backfill, which is
That meets the same or better.
that
Deemed
meets the spec,
backfill,
yeah, they're
yeah.
not to use native soil for backfill beyond the walls.
Would that fall under your bailiwick, Marie?
Yes, right, I would take a look at that, and we
So
had
can
discussed
we
that, that I.
condition it upon the
Review and approval.
The review and approval of Colliers?
And now, Marie, I guess based on the testimony tonight, are you envisioning some sort of potential issue? Is it likely it's something you can review and approve alone, or is it something the board may need to retain jurisdiction, for example, in case you see a major concern and need the application to come back here?
Well, the one thing that I've thought about is that this variance is for steep slopes. So the only reason that the walls are being put in is to address the steep slopes. And if something were to happen, and I haven't reviewed the structural calculations, and I haven't reviewed the soil report, and, you know, the applicant's professional is stating that he thinks it's okay, but I don't know that was also done by a different engineer, those structural calculations. If something were to happen with it, that's the one thing that we're all hanging our hat on, is it's a steep slope variance and these walls are addressing it. I would think that there should be some jurisdiction that if something had to change with the walls and they had to move to a different location, or the height had to change, or something about it did not match what the plans were, I would think it would be pretty important for it to come back here, because that is the one variance that they're seeking on this.
So maybe it's something along the lines of our board engineer will have the opportunity to review both the soil report and the structural report. Are they two separate things, or is it all?
Right, they're two
Okay.
separate things.
In the event of any concerns identified by the board engineer, the board will retain jurisdiction to bring the applicants back for potential further revisions or amendment if necessary. Are you okay accepting that as a
Seems
condition?
reasonable.
Any issues?
Anybody else have a problem?
I have a
Beth?
separate, just note here, to just mention that the Environmental Commission also weighed in on this, I'm sure, from the most recent staff comments. So I just think that should be brought up, just there.
Okay.
They also have an opinion on the trees, and what should be there, and that just hasn't been brought up prior to now, so I just mentioned that. You know, they actually wanted the dry well system to be relocated so that so many trees wouldn't have to be removed. I don't see really another, I mean, it's a pretty big dry well system. There aren't so many places on the property where you can put that, so I can see the challenge with that. But then they're saying that they conditionally recommend approval only after further consideration by the landscape architect of tree removal and replacement selection. So is this something where, because I don't know the protocol for this, where typically the environmental commission would be sort of involved also in approving what kind of trees get put on the property, or, you know,
No,
trying to
that's
figure out how much weight this carries?
not typically. Typically, it's, in the event we are passing along review authority, it's to the city forester for review and approval of particular plans, and in this case, we may, as discussed earlier, we might want to focus that review and approval on certain aspects of it.
And, you know, if I'm the only one who feels this way, I won't pursue it, but I'm very concerned about the forester, our forester in this situation. Only because, you know, normally it's kind of routine, he'll review it, and if he'll accept it or he won't. This, I'm a little concerned, his concerns.
This is negative.
Yeah, his concerns are such that we may not get the kind of resolution we want from him, and I'm wondering, I hate to say this for the applicant's point of view, maybe we're rushing this, you know, that's just my concern.
Yeah, I think we're playing beat the clock. You know what I mean?
If I'm the only one, I mean, if maybe Joe and I
No,
are the only ones, I don't know.
I am of the same opinion that we really need to solve this landscape versus landscape situation.
Well,
And I don't know if we can do that without, by a condition that could be met a condition that could be met before the resolution comes out, because that's gonna be, we still have a month before we pass a resolution. And if there's a way to get all the landscape folks together on the property to talk about it and to hear the applicant's sincere desire to remove these trees for the safety of his family before the resolution, I would love to go that way if that's at all possible. But I don't know how to make it happen. Mr. Attorney?
Well, like we said, you know, if the board is inclined to grant the pool in the location with the tree removals necessitated by that, and direct, you know, there is a tree removal ordinance in the city of Summit, and it requires replacement, and the applicants have testified that they're going to comply with that tree removal and replacement provision. If we say to the city forester, the board wants to approve the steep slope variance, directing review of the, you know, tree removal, whether it's the plantings, whether it's some particular aspect, we can limit it and do that, while directing the focus away from, you know, the trees that are proposed to be removed in accordance with the city ordinance and not necessarily impacted by this application. Maybe that's one way to handle it. I don't know if that adds a level of comfort or gets us where we need to go.
You kind of lost your little, let me just express it in my words. If we approve this tonight with the condition, and how you have it worded for the forester right now?
It's our old condition that
Okay.
it's subject to review and approval.
And
so
he says no.
Then the condition would not be met and it would not be approved.
Okay, all right, I'm
Well,
okay with that.
Review and approval, and if not approved, it comes back.
If you want to retain,
And
I
we
guess
want
we're already retaining jurisdiction for drainage, for the soil reports, we might as well for the landscaping as well.
That if he doesn't approve it, that they're not just gone, they're back here, and then we might overrule our, Mr.
Counsel?
Wood?
So I guess my question is, are we talking about review and approval of the tree removal? Are we talking about, we're certainly willing to comply with the arborist recommendations for the remedial plantings and species, that we have no issue with. I think we're down to the removal, and the testimony that was presented is both through our landscaper and our arborist and the applicant is for safety reasons. It's really those two trees need to come.
I don't think we can stop him from moving the tree, so that's up to between him and the city, right? If it needs a permit, it needs a permit. If it
Correct.
doesn't, it doesn't, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah,
would
but he can say
suggest
no.
that the condition be related to the remedial restorative plantings and species and locations, and that would be the condition of review, that this board approve the tree removal that's necessitated by the dry wells and those necessary for the safety. that have
Which
been
is my concern. My interest is that Mr. Linson, our forester, is okay with the landscaping plan. If the trees need to be approved for safety, I accept his opinion on that. If it needs a permit from the city to remove it, it needs a permit, that's another issue. But my concern is Mr. Linson approving the replacement plan, so to speak.
Because you're getting rid of all the canopy
Yeah.
between your house and the backyard neighbor, which, you know, there's screening there, and now there's no screening, so, or there might be screening after, but maybe not the same level. So it takes time.
Didn't the city forester kind of give us his opinion though in his notes?
Yeah.
So we're just asking him to,
What we're
Changes.
asking, or what we're contemplating, is removing the tree removal aspect of the application from the forester's subsequent review of the landscaping plan, and potentially only asking him to look at landscaping and screening.
So he only gets to opine on what's going in, not on what's going out.
What kind of precedent
And-
does that set for other, I mean, you know, this project aside?
Well-
That's a sort of a precedent for all projects, isn't it?
Well, and he's not totally out of the removal process. I mean, if it
Right.
needs a city permit, it goes to him.
There's still the city ordinance,
Yeah.
which requires replacement of trees or payment into a fund for replacement elsewhere if the property can't accommodate it. You know, that process is all laid out in the city code, and we are not granting any
Right.
relief from that requirement here. So they'll have to comply with the replacement plantings in accordance with the city code, and all we would be doing is directing review of kind of the ancillary landscaping, everything else that's proposed as a result of the application, if you're comfortable with that.
And I think the other piece of your question was, I mean, in theory, I'm stepping on Andy's toes here. Any decision we make as a board does not have precedental value on any other decision.
That's correct.
They're all
Each-
one-offs.
Every
Okay. Well,
application
that's good to know.
is viewed on its own.
All right, I'm okay with that.
I'm struggling just a little bit, and forgive me because I'm trying to comprehend this. But it sounds like on 110 of this year, he basically said, I am not in favor of the application because it looks like he said, the trees need maintenance at this time, but none warrant removal. Is he talking about those three on the side, or is it the ones that are, I mean, I think it's the ones on the side he's talking about. I don't know. But do we put weight in what his comments are here, or we just say, oh, thanks for
So
the input? I'm just trying to answer it
To
for
that
myself.
extent, it's advisory to the board on his
Okay.
opinion.
Well-
So you can still grant the variances, and they're still bound by the tree removal provisions outside of our board's process here tonight.
So if he says to them, you can't remove that tree, you can't remove that tree.
They would have to take it up with him, and I imagine, I don't recall off the top of my head, I imagine there's an appeal process somewhere in the tree removal provisions that would go potentially to the governing body. I'm not sure.
I'm reading his comments from 110, which were followed up by the ones that I think we're all looking at on 2.1, which says, whatever, but I would ask the question, in this, it says the application necessitates that all of the trees on the rear yard be removed. Just a few short years ago, great effort was made to preserve these trees when the home was built. The trees need maintenance at this time, but none warrant removal. I'm not in favor of the application. Have you provided him with the information about why they They haven't gotten the maintenance that they needed this time? Or found out what maintenance he
What?
thinks they needed this time?
I believe Mr. Bruno testified that Alpine spoke directly to the forester about the tree removal, and he was invited to meet.
And they came to no resolution.
Well, he wouldn't meet with us. He wouldn't meet with us, they couldn't really resolve anything, and even based on our arborist's recommendation, he was not willing to budge. And, I mean, his statement that none are necessitated for removal, I mean, clearly, if we wanna, put a pool in a backyard, I mean, some trees are requiring removal, and others are requiring removal for safety reasons. So there's two different reasons for removals, and we'd be happy to meet them on site to go tree by tree as per the plan and come up with a very amenable, proposal for reforestation.
Look, I think I'm baffled by his visceral reaction here. I think there's some underlying issue that's really upset him in the past. But I think I myself am torn by the idea of cutting trees. I love this area because of the trees. So, however, I think the two trees in question that are massive are a safety issue. So, regardless, it looks like there's a city ordinance that we'd have to abide by anyway. So I'm happy to meet with this gentleman and talk to him about the safety concerns that I have, and whatever trees he wants us to plant and the number of trees he would like for us to plant, I'm more than happy to do that, so that we can maintain some semblance of canopy and separation between myself and the other neighbors.
Yeah, and I can't cite the details, but I'm sure there are some trees that you could remove, I should say I'm sure. There might be some trees you could remove as a right, as a property owner,
Right.
without the need of Mr. Linson say yay or nay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think we have to somehow communicate that some of this might happen regardless of what Mr. Linson says, which is a normal situation. Homeowners can remove trees without permission sometimes. They don't need to get permission for every tree to be removed. So I think our condition is worded okay, I think, if our attorney is,
Which is-
believes that.
How did we reword it?
So currently, that the applicants shall submit their landscaping plan to the city forester for review and approval of the plantings and screening proposed as a result of this application. The applicant shall be subject to the city's tree removal ordinance requirements and shall obtain any
Yeah.
required permits for tree removal.
I think that covers it.
Any amendments to that? Okay. Any objection to that? Okay.
Well, I just, the only question I have about that is the two different opinions on what trees need removal. I don't want to belabor this, but if Mr. Bruno's arborist Alpine says these trees are dying and the forester says they're not, and the forester is also an expert, where does that leave? I think this just needs to be left someplace like where there's. Yeah.
The city of Summit's expert is Linson.
And maybe I could just ask a clarifying question. Are we talking about significant tree, at least defined in the code, which I'm looking up right now, which is 16 inches? I just had it a second ago. I
I'm
believe it's.
sorry I made you move it.
Yeah, the ones we are discussing, I believe we testified to last meeting were significant.
And those are the ones that are in the area where the pool is proposed?
There's
or-
two on the side of the pool, if I'm correct, and then 3 in the rear, where the driveways are.
One behind the driveway and 5 in the, more towards the back of the property to blend in as an understory with, the surrounding shade trees.
And so, but the two near the home are not necessarily impacted by the construction, but are proposed to be removed.
It can be impacted by the construction. We do have to modify an existing precast wall, and they're both on the steep slope. So there may be some impact to the root systems. And right now, the trunks are currently buried, so,
Yeah, I'm just glancing through the tree removal code again, and it's looking like even private trees on private property, if they're significant, are subject to a tree removal permit, and no permit shall be issued without first being approved by the city forester. So if for some reason the applicants and the city forester cannot see eye to eye on that tree removal, technically our condition is requiring that, you know, it is subject to it, and if you can't come to an agreement, the application couldn't go forward.
And we can't override the city ordinance on that.
Nope.
No, so.
That's outside of our
So
jurisdiction.
That's outside of us, that part of it.
Correct.
So Linson could still say no to those trees.
We're gonna have to work it out.
Yeah.
I think you've seen Mr. Iqbali is
Right.
a reasonable man, and we'll find a solution to the problem
All right.
with the outdoors.
Okay.
Do we also want to retain jurisdiction in the event that there is that conflict, or do we just want to leave it at that? That if it can't be resolved, then the application technically would not have its approval?
I would,
Just a quick question, if you took those 2 trees out of the plan, you'd make a decision, you'd have to go, if you wanna take those trees down properly, you'd have to go for a permit, right? And there'd be a decision, right, at that point? You've included them in the plan, right? It sounds like you're willing to go above and beyond what Mr. Lynn said, or what
Well,
code would
that's what
require.
I think they're saying, is
Right.
that those trees may be impacted as a result of this construction, so that's why they are included in the plan. It's not something that they can just necessarily remove and still have the same application, if I understood that last bit of testimony.
I mean, we know the trees, I mean, it doesn't take an arborist to see that the trees are dying.
No, I understand that point.
Yeah, I
I'm
mean-
saying, could the project be completed with those trees in place?
We would have to make some concessions from a construction perspective on the retaining wall, is what I'm hearing. So
I think
at the end of the
we've
day,
beaten-
yeah,
I honestly think we've beaten this to death.
yes, we have.
I would ask for any, I'm going to go through one more time. Any board members have a question of any of the witnesses or the attorney? Okay. Does the public have any questions? I don't know if, you're out there, so I'm asking. Questions for any of these witnesses or the attorney? Seeing none. Do you have any other witnesses?
I do not.
Do you have a conclusion?
We should open up to public comment as well, just to be
Oh,
sure that's.
public okay, I thought I did that with all one. Public
just said
comment,
question.
anybody? None.
Very briefly, I just want to remind the board, we're here on a steep slope variance that's necessitated by the grades in the backyard, which we believe is appropriate, it's reasonable. We've gone over a lot of tangential issues. I appreciate the indulgence of the board, especially giving us extra time this evening, so thank you.
Okay.
So, and that's right, the only variance is the steep slope, that's.
Correct.
the only
Yes.
variance.
Conditions
Yes.
and vote.
So I have 6 conditions, the first 5 of which are from the original hearing, although the last one's slightly modified from that one. So bear with me, one may or may not be applicable anymore. First is compliance with those conditions noted in the board engineer's memorandum. Second is, and correct me if this has already been addressed, the applicant shall confirm with the appropriate utility that the application does not conflict with existing utility lines in the rear yard. Are we happy that that's done, or should we leave that
No,
in?
I had asked for a letter of no interest from the.
Okay.
applicant.
Third, then, the board shall retain drainage jurisdiction for a period of 2 years after the completion of construction. Fourth, the applicant shall submit a revised stormwater management plan to reflect the maintenance of the existing pipe on the property, which I assume has not been done yet.
Correct.
Okay. Fifth, as we've discussed, the applicant shall submit a landscaping plan to the city forester for review and approval of the plantings and screening proposed as a result of this application. The applicant shall be subject to the city's tree removal ordinance requirements and shall obtain any required permits for tree removal. And sixth and final condition is the board engineer shall review the soil report and structural report, In the event the board engineer identifies any concerns with either report, the board shall retain jurisdiction and may require revision to the plans.
Just have one thing on that tree thing. Shouldn't it be that they acknowledge that they are subject to?
Sure.
No objection.
It's a tautology, but sure.
Right, the wording before just didn't fly, didn't
They
sit
shall
right.
be subject to,
Yeah.
which they are, but
But
yes,
I'm-
now
but
says
But
they
they're
acknowledge.
acknowledging that they are.
Yes.
Okay. Who wants to open up? Oh, and number of votes?
Just steep slope, so it's 4 affirmative votes.
Okay.
And it's just Ms. Zahn who is ineligible to vote on this one.
Who is?
What? Yes. Who wants to open up? Nobody
I'll
wants
start.
to open up.
I went out to the site, I don't know, I forget what time is it now? No, 4 days ago, 5 days ago. I was a little, at first, I looked at the backyard and I was like, wow. But then I thought, well, wow, it's there for a reason. Somebody somewhere along the line. But I was worried about drainage, but I'm completely on board with what you've designed as far as drainage goes. I think it's a step in the correct direction, and it should hopefully solve a lot of problems. The positives, negatives, really doesn't affect anybody around other than drainage. So I can support this project.
Yeah, I can too. I mean, we've had a number of applications in that general area of Summit Avenue over the years, and water is always, that neighborhood is water, you know, everywhere, literally. It's always a concern. The steep slope variance by itself I think it's gonna not have any negative impact. They seem to be addressing the water as best they can. I have that concern about that joint maintenance of the pipe, but I guess they have legal action against each other if something goes wrong with that. I'm happy we have that condition about the trees. We're curious how that's gonna be resolved over the next month. And I hope, you know, the applicant can put in his pool and remove those trees because of his safety concerns for his daughter, but that's out of our hands, that part of it. Yep.
Anyone from this side?
I appreciate that the applicant has mentioned that he, you know, one of the things he likes about Summit is the tree, you know, the large trees that we have, and appreciate that you're taking that into consideration when you're doing your construction.
I can say that I think we've taken every possible precaution to move this through appropriately and properly and protecting our city's master plan. As far as the negatives are concerned, you know, the only people that are affected are these two property owners, and the property owner next door came and testified in favor. So I think that we've done what we can do to make sure that all of our ordinances are followed, and that this will move properly into the future. And I would look for a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Roll call.
Chairman Steiner,
Yes.
Mr. Yuko,
Yes.
Mr. Nelson,
Yes.
Mr. Kieran,
Yes.
Mr. Malay,
Yes.
Ms. Toth,
Yes.
Ms. Chifo.
Yes.
The motion carries.
And thank you to all of you who stayed up with us. I believe we have some resolutions to do
Yes.
and minutes, and I'm going to not handle the annual report tonight. We're just going to hold that, if we may.
Thank you very much for staying so late. Appreciate it.
Oh, can I just have the exhibits, please?
Yeah,
The
all
boards-
copy, your exhibits have, their boards have to stay.
Yeah, I could take them. Thank you. Okay, so I'll start with the resolutions.
Right, please.
The first one we have is 66 Prospect Hill Avenue. That's ZB-23-2216, Block 3502, Lot 12. The applicants were Jeff and Holly Simmons. Our eligible voting members are Chairman Steiner, Mr. Nelson, Ms. Zahn, Mr. Curran, Mr. Malay, Vice Chairman Loiketz, and Ms. Toth. Do we have a motion for approval?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Chairman Steiner,
Yes.
Mr. Nelson,
Yes.
Ms. Zahn,
Yes.
Mr. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Malay,
Yes.
Ms. Toth.
Yes.
The motion carries. Okay, the next one we have is 44 Beverly Road. That's ZB-23-2218, Block 509, Lot 16. The applicant was George Alpert. Our eligible voting members are Chairman Steiner, Mr. Nelson, Ms. Zahn, Mr. Curran, Mr. Malay, Vice Chairman Loiketz, and Ms. Toth. Can we have a motion for approval?
So moved.
Okay, and a second?
Second.
Okay. Chairman Steiner,
Yes.
Mr. Nelson,
Yes.
Ms. Zahn,
Yes.
Mr. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Malay,
Yes.
Ms. Toth.
Yes.
The motion carries. And then lastly, we have minutes for approval. So these minutes are from January 17th, 2024. Okay, we're moving them. Moving right along, nice. And then a second?
Second.
Well, actually, you were not at that meeting, so.
Take it back.
Second.
Okay, so we're gonna exclude you from the voice vote, Mr. Curran, so all those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries.
On the Shade Tree Commission, I never knew this, but apparently the zoning board has a liaison to that particular, and we send out, I guess, an email asking for volunteers.
Yes.
And your results?
So I have Mr. Yuko and Ms. Zahn both expressing interest. So I don't know how you want to do it. I don't think it's something that we necessarily need to vote on.
No, I think it's the chair's
So it's just a-
appointment.
Okay, so it's just a
But
discussion.
it's, we can, you guys have a choice between you? One- Tom, you've
Oh,
done,
I-
I think you've done it before.
I've never done it.
Oh, you've never done it? Okay,
I'm fine either way.
either way, okay. What am I gonna do, flip a coin?
One
I'm gonna
as an
talk,
alternate?
I'm gonna talk to
It's
both of
once
them
a month,
afterwards.
right? Is
What?
there-
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
which is a question I have. I don't, it's a liaison, so I don't think
Right, I
there's
don't
an
think you vote.
obligation to go to the, you're not a voting member, and I don't think there's an obligation to go to all the meetings.
No.
I think you do go to the meeting.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah, they're
okay,
on
you know
Zoom, I
something,
know
we're gonna
that.
find out the information as to what's required for the position. Give it to both of you and let you go, both get back to me.
Okay.
Okay, to make this before 11:25. The annual report, you all got the number of cases that we went through. I understand a number of people have handed in tonight their recommendations and thoughts, et cetera, so I certainly haven't seen them. Scott's not here tonight, he hasn't seen them. We'll get them to him, and we will have a further discussion at our next meeting.
I was gonna email some, I wasn't sure who.
So please
I
get,
emailed
please
them to you.
I'll send them to Stephanie, send them to me, send them to Scott. Wherever they get to, we'll make sure they get to the right place. Our next meeting is February the 21st, which is a Wednesday. Again, Stephanie will be sending out her usual, can you make it? And that is always, I always appreciate the yeses as soon as we can get them. Is there any other business from any member? Please, no. Do we need a motion to adjourn? We do. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Nobody wanted to make that. I thought that
I'm
would be
asleep
unanimous.
already.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all.